Okay, everybody ready? Here we go. Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to the Edina City Council meeting. It is Tuesday, November 18th, 2025. It is 7 p.m. And Director Bennerat was good enough to tell you that we're doing these meetings in a hybrid fashion. People are watching us online. We're going to let them participate. We've got a couple of different opportunities for that tonight. One is in community comment, which comes up early in the agenda. If somebody wants to talk to the council about something that's of a concern to them that's not on the agenda tonight, or otherwise scheduled for a future public hearing, they're welcome to come forward and express those concerns. You have 3 minutes. And then also we've got a couple of public hearings with us that we're going to handle tonight as well. So then you're welcome to testify in those public hearings in addition to the community comment with things that are unrelated to other matters on the agenda. So having provided that information, I'm going to ask our clerk, Sharon Allison, to call the roll.
Councilmember Agnew.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson.
Here.
Councilmember Pierce.
Here.
Councilmember Risser.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Next is the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thanks, everybody. And we've got a form of meeting agenda in front of us. Is there anyone on the council from a staff standpoint who wishes to modify the agenda in any form or fashion? Is there a motion to approve the meeting agenda as published?
So moved. I second.
Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the meeting agenda as published. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adopting the meeting agenda as published, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. The meeting agenda is adopted. We have something to work from this through this meeting this evening. And next we are at community comment. So folks, we're going to take residents in the audience first. And we've got some people with us that are residents that are familiar with the process. And one of them has stepped up to the microphone. And he'll have 3 minutes, and he's going to give us his name and address. And he's a good role model to follow and what to do.
And I won't give you
and he knows how to manage the clock. Very good. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ralph Zickert. In light of,
And your address, Mr. Zickert?
No, we're not doing
Oh, yeah. Okay. Thank you.
no need to tell you the
Yeah.
rules.
Got it.
In light of what has proven to be an unviable and at worst misrepresented plan, I'd like to call the City Council to task. On October 30th, while acting as members of the HRA, you took the cowardly action to indefinitely table the decision to use $17 million of city tax dollars to fund a parking garage at the old U.S. Bank site. A parking garage whose primary benefit would be for the proposed pie-in-the-sky private office building. And the developer didn't even have the courtesy to show up for the meeting. Unviable? In June of 2022, the developer enticed the city to commit $22 million of future property taxes to fund a $250 million development. 3.5 years later, less than 2% of the promised investment has been delivered. All that has been accomplished is a one-for-one replacement of the previous U.S. Bank branch office. Meanwhile, 7001 France Avenue has a tarp-covered fence shrouding the now barren site from view. Look no further south than 7235 France Avenue, the eastern entrance to the proposed $20 million tunnel under France, a site that continues to be owned by Macy's. Yet another stalled development and more evidence that the City Council continues to chase projects that do not bear free market scrutiny. Misrepresented. The U.S. Bank site developer continues to dangle the carrot of a future trophy office building. Given our winter climate, I'm not sure how anyone can call an office building as trophy when it relies on remote parking. So from the start, the development as proposed will not and should not be viewed as a trophy office building. As the council has been quick to point out, words matter. In this case, tabled does not mean rejected. How in good conscience can the council not draw a line in the sand and say, no, This is not about tabling or kicking the can down the road. How in today's environment of a double-digit property tax levy, a 15% increase in stormwater rates, on top of the $1 million already being added to utility bills for street repair, can you not soundly reject borrowing $17 million on behalf of a development that has shown absolutely zero backing? Why did you just kick the can down the road and table the decision to next year? Why is it so hard to say no to the gift of TIF? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zickert. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Dan Nye. I live on Peacedale without giving the specific
Yeah, that's
address.
fine, Dan.
I'm speaking to the need for the mayor and city council to present a referendum to the voters of Edina to amend the language of the city code to allow for the recall of the mayor and city council members before their full terms have expired. The mayor and city council are elected supposedly on a nonpartisan basis, yet it turns out Edina elected officials are extreme leftists hiding in nonpartisan clothing. Instead of staying in their nonpartisan lane of public safety, roads, and parks, our current mayor and city council are imposing their leftist views on all of us. There needs to be a method for the citizens of Edina to check this extreme behavior of our elected officials. If the mayor and city council stayed in their lane of public safety, road, and parks, no one would care about their leftist ideology. But because of their hidden agenda, most Edina voters don't know the mayor and city council members think that they can even subvert the U.S. Constitution without recourse. And again, there has to be a mechanism to block this behavior. Present a referendum to the voters to allow for your recall. Thank you.
Mr. Nye, I would encourage you to stick around for the entire meeting tonight.
Watching on TV.
Lori Groats. I sent an email to all of the council about a week ago, and I didn't get any response, so I'm trying in person now and see what happens. It was about the Grandview site, the city public works that we own. A developer has been chosen by the council/HRA, and the purchase price that he suggested was $4 million. And was he requesting any TIF or any financial assistance? No. Now, the council has already said they're going to transfer the ownership of the property from the HRA to the city council. That way, when the sale is consummated, the money that's received from the sale will go to the city into the general fund. I agree with that. The question I had for the council, and still have, what are you going to do with the increment? That project sits within a TIF district, an existing TIF district. The developer is not asking for any TIF and no financial assistance. So according to state law, any increment, which is the increase in the property taxes, will stay into the TIF district. Now, the base tax for that piece of property is zero because it's city-owned. So from day one, $1, all of that money will go into the TIF district. Now, you have the option of changing the property lines on that district to carve out the development at Grandview, so those future property taxes would go to the city and not to the HRA slush fund. Now, we just had a work session that I attended upstairs, and they're looking for money. They're trying to keep that levy under control. Are you going to carve out this district? I'm on yellow, I'll talk fast. I went to the August walk with the mayor, and another resident said to the mayor, "Oh, gee, this is really great. Now we'll get property taxes to help offset our property taxes from that TIF district." And the mayor and I said, "No, that's not going to happen." And the mayor said, "Well, maybe perhaps we have to adjust those property lines for the TIF district." So are you going to do that? Are you going to let the taxpayers get the increment? Are you going to put it into the slush fund for something else to be spent on? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Groats.
Hi, good evening. My name is Art Boylan. I'm a resident of Edina. I live on Warden Avenue. I'm here on behalf of the Edina Hockey Association. I'm lucky enough to be the president of that organization. We've got more than 1,200 skaters. If you just assume of average family size and you assume their grandparents and everybody else lives nearby, that's probably 10% of the Edina population that we're talking about when you start multiplying it out. We've been dealing with the additions and the renovations to the Braemar facility. We're incredibly appreciative of the fact that all of you have spent a lot of time thinking about it and working on it, and the city staff has been too. In the last couple of weeks, we've had one of the 4 rinks at Braemar go down. That's been incredible disruption for us. Here's why I'm here. There's really multiple pieces. We have an incredible, almost insatiable need for ice. We spend more than $2 million a year directly back to the city. Even on top of that, we spend roughly $1.5 to $2 million more at other facilities nearby Edina. We thought there were going to be 5 rinks after the renovation. There's going to be 4. I get it. Money doesn't go as far in 2025 as when the referendum was passed in 2021. But I'm hopeful, I'm anxious, and I'm hopeful that ultimately the city partners with Edina Hockey to be able to get us the sort of ice that's needed. We have a cherished tradition of hockey in Edina, and there's plenty of money for us to be able to spend more money on ice in Edina to help fund the sort of public project that'd be terrific for all Edina residents. And yet, we're not sure if that need is going to be met. Plus, I'm anxious because I know that ultimately money isn't the only thing. We can't get it entirely from our constituents within the Edina Hockey Association. I'm anxious because I know that other organizations are starting to think about maybe there are other ways to fundraise. We would like to be a part of the pull tab discussion, ultimately that's going to happen before this council. It's more than 10% of your constituency, and I'm hopeful that ultimately the ordinance that may be passed, if we pass one in Edina, allows for equitable treatment. That is, give Edina Hockey an opportunity to be involved with that conversation. Because ultimately, if we get those dollars come right back to the city of Edina. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Boylan. And I think Manager Neal and I, as you, Mr. Boylan, as you're leaving here.
3 minutes were up, so I didn't know what to do.
When Manager Neal, sometimes we can answer a question in time. Sometimes we need a little bit more time.
It's a lot like being in court. They have these at the U.S. Supreme Court, too.
You're familiar with that based on the way you make a living. When Manager Neal and I were at the meeting with the Hockey Association a couple of months ago now, I think we left thinking that we got to figure out a way to get a 5th rink, and we're cognizant of that challenge and trying to figure it out.
And briefly, if I may, Mayor Hovland, we had a meeting recently in the last 10 days or so, and there's additional ideas that the city staff is sharing with us, which are terrific. And really what I'm trying to say is, we're here, we're a huge constituent block, and we're willing to try to figure out ways to partner with the city to be able to meet that need and make something great for Edina. A long time from now, I'll be gone. I'd like the rinks to be there.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Boylan. Well said and well understood.
Good evening, Janie Weston. Let me set my kitchen timer. 3 minutes. It just started. At the last meeting a month ago, basically a month ago, I came to give my opinion and comments at a public hearing. I had 3 minutes. Let's see, that was, if anyone wants to go back and review that meeting, it's at 1 hour and 39 minutes into the meeting. A minute and a half into that, I was interrupted, cut off in mid-sentence. It threw me off. I had not asked a question, which would have elicited a response, but I was interrupted, and I'm just going to call this person interrupter number 1. I was corrected, erroneously corrected, on something that I had said, and a previous part of the meeting was referred to, information given, but how that was related was not accurate. I was told that when an interrupter number 2 was asked to concur here, that there was a loan being repaid in regarding to what I had commented earlier in the meeting. And that loan had never been identified what it was for. I went back and I checked. I looked at the video of the meeting. I transcribed the whole thing. I didn't know that that's what it was referring to. And for all anyone could have known, the next thing that I was going to say, if I hadn't been interrupted, was to ask a question. Is that loan being repaid? I didn't get a chance to say that. I don't appreciate it. That was 3 minutes of my time, and that's all I get is 3 minutes. If someone wants to make a comment regarding my comments, they can wait to the end of my 3 minutes. If you were in my sister's 4th grade class when she was a teacher, you would have been told, put your finger up, hold that thought until I'm done speaking, and then you will be able to speak. This is just decent courtesy. It was very disruptive. It was not appreciated. It wasn't okay. So I have my 3 minutes. I get to say what I want. Oops, I'm done. And I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just making a point. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weston.
David Frankel. I wasn't going to talk about this until the last hour came up. Tonight I received 2 texts from Edina residents. One said she was moving within a year because of the property taxes going up. The other one told me that a large group of Edina residents on a private Facebook page, all they've been talking about is property taxes going up. It's a problem. It needs to be addressed. To the gentleman's point earlier from the Edina Hockey Association, the only communication about the South Rink being down is from the Edina Hockey Association. There is nothing on the internet or the city's websites about what's going on at the South Rink. The Edina Hockey Association said a compressor broke, but there's a rental refrigeration unit in the back of the south rink, leading me to believe they brought in a whole unit, a chiller, compressor, the whole 9 yards to bring that rink up, and I have no idea what's going on there. But I'd estimate that rink loses about $10,000 a week in lost revenue. And I can tell you, bringing in the rental unit, the electrical costs for that are going to be sky high. It's going to be added costs to that rink. Tied into that, the gentleman also talked about pull tabs. As you're well aware, the municipal liquor stores contribute a substantial amount of money to the Edina Park systems. Most of that goes to Braemar Arena. That's been going down dramatically. In the third quarter, results just came in on sales that went down 16% from last year's quarter. That's less money to the Edina Park system. Is there a plan? What's going to go on with the Edina Park system? Everything I'm talking about tonight, I sent emails to the City Council with more detail. The city, Braemar Arena, already loses a substantial amount of money. And the things I'm talking about is making that arena lose even more, with less revenue from the municipal liquor stores and from losing revenue from the South Rink being down. Veterans Day. My understanding is the city of Edina had 2 holidays for Veterans Day. There's a photo I emailed to staff and the city council. There was a sign outside the city hall front door saying Veterans Day holiday is November 11th or 10th and 11th, excuse me. I don't know why the city employees got 2 days off and why it was called a holiday. The city council, by state statute, has to declare and approve any new city holidays. That was never done. The city cannot go around violating city and state statutes on various issues like this. It was similar to the city council meeting that was canceled a couple of weeks ago because they didn't realize until the last minute there were school board elections or referendums in other school districts that overlap Edina. City staff need a calendar that shows all the various holidays and elections so they can appropriately set up times for meetings and not have these surprises. And if you're going to invent reasons to take a holiday, they should be well-defined and approved by the city council. These soft holidays that evidently turned up in a calendar that was approved last year, I have no idea what that is. Or soft close, excuse me. Soft close is used in financial circles to indicate closing the books to take a look at what's going on before the final books are closed. There is no such thing as a soft close for a holiday. Again, if you want to make things up, get them approved.
Mr. Frankel,
Thank you,
that's
I'm
it.
done.
Yep. Anyone else wish to speak to the council on a matter of concern to them? Okay, do we have anybody online?
No, sir.
Okay. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes we can deal with some of these questions in real time. Sometimes staff needs more time to address them, and they usually address them that same week on the website by Friday, and then we deal with them at the following city council meeting. With regard to the Veterans Day issue, I think we could probably deal with that issue right now. We had several people call me. I had several people call me asking me, well, was Monday a holiday in addition to Tuesday, the Veterans Day being a holiday at City Hall? How can we do that? So I think you can well explain it, Manager Neal.
A soft close, in the way that we use that term, is when we have the opportunity to close in between 2 other days of work that are a holiday or a weekend or something like that. That gives folks who want the opportunity to have an extended 3 or 4 day weekend. We do not call that a holiday. It is not paid. So if employees are taking advantage of that extra day, they have to take paid leave or they work. It gives them a time to come in and work on long projects in a way that they can apply themselves in a way that better than an average workday. So that's what that is.
So on Monday, they either worked or they took a paid vacation day.
Right. Right.
Okay. But it gave them a chance for a 4-day weekend if they wanted to take a paid vacation day. All right, thank you. You had something else you were going to say?
I was just going to run down the questions and responses from last time.
Mr. Newendorf here yet? Is he here at all? Okay. I was just thinking about concern raised by Lori Groats.
I think that one we definitely
Need
want
a
to have a
little
little
more
more
time on that
time
one.
on.
To
Yeah.
me, it struck me as being akin to Nolan Mains. Took a piece of public property, turned it into a tax-generating piece of property, and it was where the county set the new tax levy, or the taxable value is, that was key. But that's as much as I can remember.
We'll
about
take
that.
just a couple
So it's
more
not, you're
days.
not working
Yeah.
from zero, I know that.
Right.
Okay. Go ahead on the other answers to questions that were raised at the prior council meeting.
Right, on October 22nd. We had one question about, will the city host a meeting to discuss the lighting in the Grandview Square development? Yeah, a number of staff, Mr. Milner and I, Mr. Neuendorf, and Nicole Gorman from the Senior Center went over and did a kind of a neighborhood meeting with the Grandview Square group on Wednesday, November 5th. Learned a little bit more about what's happening in their building and on their property, and also talked about lighting at that meeting. Second question was, will France Avenue crossing / underpass be ADA compliant? Our response is yes. If plans and plans and specifications are developed, they will be required to meet ADA requirements. We don't have a direction from council to prepare plans and specs yet for that project. The third question was, what data supports the idea that France Avenue intersection where the crossing underpass is dangerous? We've received complaints from residents who try to navigate across, who try to walk across France. We can see those at the Better Together Edina project page as well. Finally, when will the city consider changes to its tree protection ordinance? Staff anticipates bringing ideas to the council for the ordinance changes at the first quarter of 2026. That's what we had.
That generate any questions from council members? Okay, one other thing I thought we... Oh, yeah, Member Agnew, sorry.
Thank you. I know that we do have the one resident in particular that's looking for a variance. Like, what direction do we give that resident on waiting or coming back, or how do we address that issue in
We've shared
particular?
this information with that resident.
Okay, does that timing still,
We actually don't have a proposal from the resident yet either, so that part of it we still need to get.
okay, thank you.
And then with regard to the matter Mr. Zickert raised, as I recall, that matter was tabled because the developer couldn't be available.
Right.
So we tabled it to a future date and time so we could have the discussion.
That's right.
All right. Bill here?
Mayor Hovland, we do have someone else who's wondering if she can still speak.
Sure.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. I'm Helena McNeil. I am a resident of Edina. I live in Aspatia Lane. And I'm here today to urge you to go further than what the amendment today around enforcing gun violence or gun protections.
No, ma'am, we can't have you talk about that tonight because it's on the agenda. So you can't, in public comment, you can only speak, you weren't here earlier, I don't think. So if public comment is designed to handle matters that aren't on the agenda that evening or scheduled for a future public hearing, and the reason you can't speak on it tonight is because it's not a public hearing. We're not taking testimony about gun violence. It's just a council discussion on this matter, so I can't permit you to go forward with your thoughts on gun violence.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's move on then to the consent agenda. I think Member Risser wanted to remove item 6.6 for a quick discussion. Does anyone else on the council wish to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right. Is there a motion to approve all the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of item 6.6?
So moved. I second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the items on the consent agenda in a single motion with the exception of item 6.6. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the items on the consent agenda except for 6.6, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
A
Carried.
point of clarification, Mr. Mayor, did we remove 6.25 already? Yes? We're tabling that one tonight. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've got everybody in favor? We get an aye vote on that? All right. And nays? All right. The items on the consent agenda are approved with the exception of item 6.6. We're going to turn to that now, which is the traffic safety report of August 1st, 2025.
Did we vote?
All those, yeah, I thought we did.
Oh, I missed it.
All those in favor of the adoption of the items on the consent agenda with the exception of item 6.6, say aye.
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 Okay.
Opposed? Carried?
Mayor, I just wanted to
Sure,
clarify
Michael
if possible. So
Yeah.
on the agenda I have, there is an item 6.25. It's crossed out, but I don't know that there was any formal motion to table that or remove it from the agenda.
Is that what you were referring to, Clerk Ellison?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's the one
What
we
did-
were
what
asking
did you want to do with that one?
Table it for a future meeting.
Okay. All right, let me restate the motion. All those in favor of tabling item 6.25 and removing item 6.6 from the agenda for discussion this evening, do we have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
All right.
I second.
Member Agnew, seconds that. All right, the motion and the second involves adoption of all the items on the consent agenda with the exception of 6.6, which we're going to talk about momentarily, and the tabling of item 6.25, which was stricken on the agenda. Nonetheless, we'll table that to a future time. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the consent agenda as stated, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Now back to item 6.6, which is the traffic safety report of October 1st, 2025. And I'll turn to Member Risser.
Briefly, it's item B1. We did receive an email from a resident who was concerned about safety along Interlocket Boulevard. I did talk to Director Milner. In the data that is presented, there were 17 crashes, and the speed is 38.3 miles per hour. Director Milner has a statement to make about future meetings on this issue.
Yeah, I think the speed limit in general. So a couple years ago, we had changed the speed limit. Our transportation folks are reviewing the data and crunching numbers, and we'll have a full report back for the entire council on what the changes and the impacts are on those speed limit changes from a few years ago. And we can also discuss why we didn't change interlocking at that time and continue this conversation at that time.
Thank you. I just wanted that resident to know.
Right. Do you care to move the item?
So moved.
All right. We got a motion on adoption of the traffic safety report of October 1st, 2025, which is item 6.6 on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we got a second by Member Pierce. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the traffic safety report of October 1, 2025, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The traffic safety report of October 1, 2025 is adopted. And we tabled 6.25, and that takes us to the special recognitions and presentations portion of the agenda. We've got a couple of proclamations this evening to read, and one seems particularly appropriate for the conversation tonight. It's Kindness Week worldwide, November 8th through the 15th, 2025. Whereas kindness is a universal expression that brings out the best in others and ourselves, with overwhelmingly positive implications for health, well-being, and peace. And whereas kindness is the heartbeat of the world that, like a life vest, keeps us afloat and helps us to stay connected to others, which reduces feelings of anxiety, depression, and isolation. And whereas thinking about kindness and behaving kindly has powerfully positive impacts on our happiness, optimism, and self-worth by building a stronger sense of community and care. And whereas kindness begins within, and self-kindness reminds us to extend the same patience, compassion, and care to ourselves that we so readily offer to others. And whereas acts of kindness inspire others to pay it forward in meaningful ways, causing unstoppable positive ripple effects that can be felt throughout the entire community. And whereas kindness is humanity's greatest asset, kindness is a choice that should be intentionally encouraged, recognized, rewarded, and celebrated to achieve more of it in the great city of Edina, Minnesota. Now, therefore, in conjunction with World Kindness Day, the City Council of the City of Edina hereby recognizes that the week of November 8th through the 15th, 2025 has been designated as Kindness Week worldwide in collaboration with International Kindness Reset. During this time, individuals, families, schools, businesses, faith-based and service organizations, and all community constituents and ecosystems are encouraged to personify the theme, see the good, be the good, go the extra mile, for kindness in various ways limited only by the bounds of the imagination and creativity. Through this proclamation and broad community call to action, we are challenged to perform kind acts, big and small, and subsequently pay it forward for the collective betterment of one another and for the greater good. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation with regard to designating November 8th through the 15th, 2025 as Kindness Week worldwide in the city of Edina?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the adoption of the proclamation as read involving Kindness Week worldwide. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the proclamation say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The proclamation is adopted. We have Amy Spangler with us this evening. Where's Amy? There she is, yeah. Edina resident and co-founder of International Kindness Reset. I'm going to hand this down to you.
Okay.
And, oh yeah, okay, photo.
Photos are great.
We should all come down for World Kindness Week.
Oh, sure thing.
You want to get the whole audience to stand up for World Kindness Week? We'll face it.
So thank you so much for this, to accept this proclamation on behalf of Kevin Smith and Kindness Worldwide, which is a Pennsylvania-based nonprofit who is spreading kindness throughout our nation, one city and state at a time. And when I heard that Mayor Hovland, as well as our Governor Walz, both are providing the proclamations for this, really warmed my heart. Good evening, my name is Amy Spangler. I'm a retired school principal and the co-founder and co-executive director of International Kindness Reset, which is an Edina charity. My co-founder, Tatiana Serlina Spady, and I are really grateful to partner with Kindness Worldwide to raise awareness of kindness in Edina. As we all know, kindness is sorely needed in our country right now. Kindness actions, such as expressing gratitude, showing compassion and concern, even noticing, including, and encouraging, and advocating for others is not just a nice thing to do, it's essential for all humanity. Kindness has a profound impact on the human brain. Serotonin, dopamine, and oxytocin all release when we are kind. And not only when we are kind, but when we witness kindness or even imagine it. Being kind actually enhances feelings of trust and social belonging, helping to reduce feelings of isolation, which is the new epidemic of our society, while also fostering a strong sense of community. Did you know that being consistently kind throughout your life actually has long-lasting benefits, such as reducing your anxiety and depression and making you live a longer and more well-balanced life? There are 3 types of kindness. One are those random acts of kindness, like the I see the good in you cards, which I handed out to all of you. I hope you hand them out to people. Or these kindness citations, which police officers can hand out when they see kind things happening in the community. And going to kindnessworldwide.org, you can get more ideas for random acts of kindness. But a lot of organizations and people are like, okay, that was great, but how can we actually bring kindness into our community so it's sustainable and it's there all the time? And that's where my organization comes into play. We help with those next steps to sustain habits of kindness within a community or an organization. We have a pre-K-12 curriculum called Connect with Kindness that's being used worldwide as well as in the United States. And we just published the book that I gave each of you tonight. It's on Amazon, called Connect with Kindness at Home for families. And what it does is it increases kindness through intention and mindful activities that are sustained over time. Families with and without kids, and even with grown kids, are using this resource, and everyone that has reported to us says it's promoting deeper bonds and higher levels of communication in their family, which is something I know we're all looking for. And the third type of kindness is really about self-kindness, which is embedded into the curriculum as well as the family guide. But this is the main focus of another resource we have called the Mindfully Kind Pocket Guide, designed to elevate mindfulness and intentionality in workplaces with adults so they can do more self-kindness at work. It's a self-study process that organizations do if they want to become a kindness organization. So if anyone happens to have questions or comments to me about kindness in Edina, it's kindnessreset@gmail.com. Email any questions or ideas that you have. And thank you again for this presentation. It's really my honor to represent Kevin Smith and Kindness Worldwide, as well as my organization, International Kindness Reset.
Yeah,
Thank you
Ms.
so
Spengler,
much.
thanks for being here. Oh, and hold on just this moment here. I want to see if anybody on the council has a comment or a question for you. And as you were speaking, and as I was reading that proclamation, I was a beneficiary of a random act of kindness today. I was in a meeting here late in the morning, and I thought, well, it got to be towards noon. I had to, in order to get a couple of light bulbs at Jerry's Hardware, and I thought, well, I'll just go in Jerry's grocery store and grab some soup to go back to the office. So I've got the little thing of soup, and I'm standing in line. I'm standing behind a construction worker who's got all of his Carhartt gear on, and he's eating his food as he's waiting in line to pay for it because he's hungry. And so, young guy, and I said, well, where are you working? He said, oh, we're putting in new sidewalks up by, I think up by Methodist Hospital on Brookside. And so we're talking away, and I said, what's your name? Blake, he said. And I said, well, I'm Jim. And I said, well, good luck with everything up there on the job. I said, where do you live? He said, up in White Bear Lake. And I said, I live here. And he gets up to pay for his meal, and he says, I'll buy that guy's lunch too.
Oh.
So he bought my soup, and which was that random act of kindness just from that little conversation with this young guy at the counter.
I'm sure it made you feel great, and tomorrow when you do
Made me
the
feel
same
guilty,
for someone
actually. I'm
else,
trying to
you'll feel
figure out
even
how am I
better.
going to find that guy and pay him back, or maybe somebody in the audience I can pay it forward to,
Yes,
So next time you see me, hit me up for a free free container of soup at Jerry's.
Thank you for sharing that. That was a dopamine boost for all of us.
Yeah.
So, thank
all right.
you.
Thanks, Amy. All right, we got another proclamation in front of us here. And this is coming up towards the end of the month. And isn't it nice that the bridge project is done now so that we can get around a little bit easier? The proclamation is involving Small Business Saturday, and I see Rebecca Sorensen back there. November 29, 2025, whereas there are more than 2,400 businesses located in the city of Edina, and according to the United States Census, over 96% of the firms with paid employees in Hennepin County are classified as small business. And whereas small businesses are located in each of Edina's commercial districts, including 44th in France, 50th in France, 70th in Cahill Business Industrial Park, Grandview, Lincoln Drive, Greater Southdale, Pentagon Park, Washington Avenue, and Wooddale Valley View. And whereas according to the United States Small Business Administration, small businesses account for 2/3 of the nation's employment growth. And whereas 79% of consumers surveyed in the 2021 Consumer Insight Survey understand the importance of supporting small businesses located in a community. And whereas for many local residents, the Thanksgiving holiday kicks off a season of gathering, dining, shopping, and experiencing arts and culture, and consumers know that supporting small, independently owned businesses has a positive social, economic, and environmental impact. And whereas the SBA, as well as other public and private organizations across the country, recognize and promote the Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. And whereas the City of Edina celebrates our local small businesses and recognizes the vital contributions these businesses make to our local economy and to the overall health and vibrancy of the community. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Edina does hereby proclaim November 29th, 2025 as Small Business Saturday in the City of Edina and urges the residents and guests of our community to support small businesses and merchants located in each of Edina's commercial districts on this day and throughout the year. Is there a motion to adopt the proclamation as stated?
So moved.
I second.
All right. Member Jackson moves. Member Agnew seconds the adoption of the proclamation involving Small Business Saturday, designated November 29, 2025 as Small Business Saturday. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the proclamation say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. The proclamation is adopted. I think, Ms. Sorensen, you want to come up and your team come up? I'll hand you the proclamation, and you're sure welcome to make some remarks. We may want to have a photo taken when we're done. I'll let you make your remarks first, and then the council will come down and have a photo with you. Welcome.
Rebecca Sorensen, the 50th and France Business Association Director. Thank you so much for this proclamation. I accept this gratefully on behalf of the 125 businesses at 50th and France. We are so excited for Small Business Saturday. Invite everybody here to join us on November 29th. We'll have an entire day of activities, and we'll have a tree lighting at 5 p.m. with the mistletoes. Later in the season, we'll also do a menorah lighting. And throughout the whole holiday season, you'll find so many events for families, for pets, for everybody to come to our downtown and celebrate these amazing independent businesses. We are buoyed by the reopening of the ramps. Thank you for doing that before the holiday season. We're so grateful. We have new restaurants. We have businesses brimming with gifts, and there's new optimism in the district. So this is wonderful. I'll take this back to them. I want to introduce you to Joseph Ruder of Vibrant, a wonderful example of a small business that has persevered through construction and challenges of being an independent small business, and let him to say a few words.
Yeah, welcome, Joseph.
Thank you. Greetings, all. We love hearing stories, and up at 50th and all small businesses, you're usually working with somebody who knows product really well because they own the place and they buy it, and you should go there and talk to them about those things. In our community, we're supporting all of the things that we do together, those celebrations with family, those marking of moments in life cycles together, and we're so happy to be here to support the community. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks for being here. All right, you want a quick photo? Everybody come down and we'll take a photo. Walk with the mayor Saturday, this coming Saturday, 9 o'clock. Continuing on in this portion of the agenda, our golf course, Braemar Golf Course, received a tremendous award from the Minnesota Golf Association, and they're here this evening along with some of our staff, and invite them to come forward. John Mays is here, the Executive Director of the Minnesota Golf Association, and we got a chance to work with him on the adaptive golf tournament that was held at Braemar this summer. And this was a great hire that they made when they brought John in to Minnesota, and so pleased to have him here, and thanks for thinking of having us done at Braemar. You guys stand over there. Oh, you got the, going to show that, show it off, show off the hardware. John, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. I say a handful of words here to showcase Braemar.
Yep.
Great. Mayor, council members, and all guests, good evening. My name is John Mays. I am the Executive Director of the Minnesota Golf Association, and it's an honor to be here with you tonight. The MGA's mission is to serve and support more than 500 golf courses and 600,000 golfers across the great state of Minnesota. And each year we recognize one club that exemplifies what makes golf so strong in our state. This year, we are proud to announce that Braemar Golf Course has been selected as the MGA Member Club of the Year. Braemar stands apart as a leader not only in course excellence and community engagement, but in advancing the future of golf in our state. It is very much the birthplace of adaptive golf in Minnesota, and last year, just in September, proudly hosted the inaugural Minnesota Adaptive Open, a landmark championship that showcased the skill and determination of athletes competing across 8 different physical and cognitive impairment categories, setting a new standard for accessibility in golf. Braemar embodies everything our mission stands for: access, inclusion, innovation, and community. And I want to emphasize how meaningful it is as well that the MGA offices are located right here in Edina. We are proud of that fact. Being part of this community makes celebrating this great achievement with Braemar and their staff that much more meaningful. On behalf of the Minnesota Golf Association, congratulations to the city of Edina, the entire Braemar team, every golfer who calls Braemar home. This recognition is very well deserved. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Joe, you want to say anything, Joe, and introduce your team? This is Joe Abood, our general manager of Braemar.
Thank you for having me here tonight. This is an exciting award for Braemar and the city of Edina. We've been doing a lot of things over the last 10 years at the golf operation, and it's come to the tip of the iceberg, right, where we basically showed what this golf course can do. And we are extremely proud of this award. We have tonight Mary Wooldridge, she's our assistant general manager. Tommy Kohler, he's our director of golf, and we have Jeff Mold, who's our superintendent here tonight. And all of us are super proud of this award, and we want to share with City Council because you started this whole process for us. So very appreciative of that, and we're just very thankful that we have a great golf operation, a great team within the city of Edina. So thank you very much.
All right, good. Let's come down and get a picture.
Up here.
We have the video. If you want to cue it up. Do we have time? Yeah. We do have a video that we'd like to cue up just to show you a little bit about the Adaptive Open that we hosted in September.
The young guy who lost his hat was the overall winner, this side golfer. He's a national champion. And lost use of his lower limbs in a ski accident. We're going to get this running right. It's worth.
It's this milestone for our state. It's a powerful reminder of what golf can and should be. It's a game where every single person feels as though they belong. This event represents a shared commitment to accessibility, equality, and opportunity. Golf is at its best when it reflects the values that we hold close: community, respect, perseverance, and joy. This championship embodies all of those values, and it shows that Minnesota is ready to lead by example.
Go.
Show your daughter how much you love her with this beautiful gift. It says, "To my daughter."
Yeah. Thanks, Braemar crew. Thanks, it was great. It was, and we'll be back next year for round two. Next fall, 2026, we'll be hosting again. So thanks for all the great work you did there. And thank you, John, for being here this evening. All right, we're continuing the sports theme. in a way, and the Ed Fund theme, the Kids in Need theme. Our next item on this portion of the agenda, I think we'll all find really interesting. It's something that the Edina Education Fund has been working on for a while with, in conjunction with some of the residents in our community and elsewhere. Anybody ever been to Bunny's? No? Yeah? You know, the pull tabs and everything else they do over there, that charitable gambling, we're being asked to consider that in Edina. And so tonight we're going to have a little presentation by Kathy Rendelman, who is the Executive Director of the Edina Education Fund, and some other folks. And I invite you to come forward.
Having us here. Oh,
Here, that's better.
and now I'm on the mic, so
Yeah.
I'll start over for you. Good evening, Mayor Hovland, council members, city administration. My name is Kathy Rendelman. I appreciate you having us here. What a great evening and a great introduction for us being here tonight as we've talked about kindness and specifically kindness in our city and bringing kindness to all of our city members. Specifically, we're going to talk a little bit tonight about our youth and about small businesses and what we can do to help our small businesses and our businesses in our community in general. And then also about our city and what we can do to help our city with some funding needs. I think we kind of bring this all together when we bring our presentation to you tonight. So you really teed it up well for us, so thank you for doing that. Tonight we're here to talk about what we call charitable gaming. And our two groups have come together as the Edina Education Fund and the Edina Athletic Boosters to tell you more about something that we believe the city of Edina has been missing out on. So we're here tonight to talk about the Edina Public Schools and something that we think that we could really benefit from. Our two groups cover all 10 Edina Public School buildings. As you know, the Edina Public Schools has 8,700 students. We serve 5,600 families and 1,600 staff members. Between our two nonprofit organizations, we serve all of those people. The Edina Public Schools is the #2 employer in Edina. And between our two organizations, we cover all 10 buildings, every classroom, all clubs, all activities, and every school-affiliated sport between the two of us. I'm going to speak a little bit about my organization, the Edina Education Fund. We are a granting organization to all schools from early learning all the way through grade 12. I work with every single student in the building and every single staff member. Our programming works with literacy, STEAM, and mental health, and we've done a lot of work with all of you. With your help, we've done a lot of huge grants between the city and Edina Public Schools. Our work with literacy and the training that we've done with your help with the ARPA grant has been outstanding, so I thank you for your help in that work. Along with your mental health grant that you did with us for the last few years ago was outstanding when we brought therapists into our building. So I really appreciate your help and your partnership that we've done between the city and the schools on that work. We also happen to do a lot of work with our services. The Ed Fund acts as the fiscal sponsor for all of our clubs and activities, that anything that touches or helps any of our students. We also work with all of our PTOs. We act as the sponsor for any of our senior scholarships, and we act as the Edina Alumni Association in case we didn't have anything else to do.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Thank you. My name is Kurt Lang, resident of Edina. I represent the Edina Athletic Booster Club. Actually, we represent the Edina Athletic Booster Club. This journey started for me about 4 years ago when I joined the Booster Club. I had twin boys that went into high school, started playing sports. I got involved, got a part of the Booster Club, thought I would see how well-funded Edina sports are. Surprisingly, not as well-funded as I thought they were. No slight to the city, the district. People are doing their best. Budgets are tight. I was under sort of the conception I think a lot of people have that there's a lot of money in Edina athletics. The Booster Club supports all 34 of the MSHSL teams. So our club represents all of the high school sports teams, or helps support all of the high school sports teams, I should say. What I noticed right away as part of that club was that we were missing big part of the revenue stream that the cities around us have, that generally all of the other cities in the state have, maybe all of them, and that is the pull tab revenue. We just don't have it, so we don't have access to the kind of money to be competitive that the other cities around us have. So it became kind of my mission then to see if we couldn't get charitable gaming to be part of Edina Athletic Booster Club. That's where I went. Bob, who's got a lot of expertise in this area, a lot of background in this area, and that's where we partnered up with the Edina Ed Fund, because we are also looking at this as how could we do the most good. I don't think in some ways we can be talking about very large dollars, and it doesn't necessarily need to all go to sports. It seems to us it could go to all of the youth, and that's why we formed this group to bring, hopefully, pull tabs to Edina and fund all students across the board.
Good evening, I'm Bob Mohawk. I live in the Highlands neighborhood. As Kurt said, over 1,100 nonprofits in the state of Minnesota use charitable gaming to drive revenue. This is just a partial list of what some of those funds can be used for. Every activity that the Ed Fund uses, as well as the athletic boosters, is covered under those charitable gaming ordinances. What a lot of people don't know is that Minnesota is the largest charitable gaming state in the country, generating over $2.3 billion last year, tax contributions of $193 million in 2023. Pull tabs represent the largest portion of that revenue that's generated, with 96% of that money. As Kurt said, if we look at the cities in the metro area that don't allow pull tabs, we're a lonely little island in the middle of the cities there. We are the only ones where you can't do this. And if you dive into the data, you learn that sports associations are some of the largest organizations and beneficiaries of charitable gaming. In fact, 10 of the top 20 organizations last year were sports associations, all of whom which we compete against without those dollars. This is just a look at the sports organizations that we compete against, and it's coincidental that the Braemar folks were on the agenda tonight as well, because we know the Red River Kitchen loses business to Bunnies, as the mayor pointed out. On a lot of those competitive nights, they go to Bunnies to play pull tabs. So we have businesses losing money and effectively funding our competition. Edina has an ordinance that is restrictive, that it doesn't explicitly say pull tabs are not allowed, but the number of days that you can actually participate makes it unusable. And Edina, Wayzata, and Minnetonka were actually the three kind of last organizations to adopt this. Minnetonka adopted an ordinance in 2024, expanding the use of charitable gaming, and Wayzata also in 2024 changed. And so our ask for the council is to consider, at a minimum, providing an exemption to organizations that like the way that we've come together as the Ed Fund and the boosters to support the Edina community as an exemption to that, or to repeal and replace the ordinance that would open up charitable gaming in the broadest sense. We have interested venues, some of which I mentioned, Braemar Arena. We have other bars and restaurants that we've spoken to that would eagerly jump in to participate. As you know, those venues and businesses can actually generate revenue from rent that the charities pay to participate that. You create new jobs by employing the people that do it. And obviously, the extra people in those venues generates even more revenue for those businesses. And it's an actual opportunity for the city, as a lot of people have talked about. Lots of taxes are going up. The city, and we'd actually encourage it, can assign a 3% tax to the net proceeds from any of the charitable gaming activities. And so we would encourage that. So we think, as Kathy and Kurt said, it's a win for all stakeholders. It would obviously help generate a lot of money for our organizations and any other nonprofits, and like the Hockey Association that could participate that in the city. It's potential tax revenue for the city, incremental revenue for the business, and Edina residents. I know everyone benefits from the great school system that we have here for property value and everything else.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. Ready for some questions from council members?
Great, please.
Yeah. Colleagues, any questions at this point in time? As you look at these other ordinances that were recently passed, both in Minnetonka and Wayzata, do you have a preferred model that you'd like to see? Or, you know, I know St. Louis Park's probably been around forever.
Yeah, many of them have. I think the one thing that we would love is that in other cities have these kind of provisions, which would be if you allow charitable gaming to occur in Edina, that it has to be to the benefit of nonprofit organizations whose every dollar supports the city of Edina. And whether that was an open, you know, book to all nonprofits, or, you know, we like our combination because we affect every student in Edina.
Mm-hmm. Kathy, thoughts on that, on a model ordinance? Have you seen one somewhere that you like, or is that a hybrid?
No, I think that's up to the council members what they want to write, but I agree that it just has to be restricted to nonprofits. It's not easy to jump in, so I mean, you have to be organized to do so, and I think that we've got our ducks in a row. That's all I can tell you.
Yeah.
We're ready to go.
Could you speak a little bit? I think we sort of instinctually know. We saw your numbers around, you know, what is being raised for athletics in other communities. Speak to the needs that you're seeing from the Edina Ed Fund standpoint, and even speak on behalf of maybe Edina Give and Go.
Yeah, you know, I'm happy you brought up an organization like Edina Give and Go, or Edina Band, or Edina Robotics, or whatever that is. You know, we can act as a fiscal sponsor on behalf of Edina Education Fund for any of those groups. If we were to bring in extra funding, first of all, it would alleviate some pain for any of our current donors on an annual basis, okay? If we had extra funding, what could that go for? It could go to fund additional money for you know, any of our large projects that we currently don't have funding for. It could go to student clubs. You know, what could we fund at the high school? Could we give kids a small amount of money towards student clubs? Could we give funding to any of our fiscally sponsored groups? Could we put money into the Alumni Association and build that out more? Because we currently are a grassroots organization that desperately needs funding. Could we have an alumni mentorship program that Edina High School currently doesn't have? There are so many possibilities for funding. Even if we made $100,000, that would make a huge difference. $100,000 extra in 1 year. That would be outstanding for a group, an organization like ours. And what if we got $100,000 for the Ed Fund and then gave $50,000 to XYZ Corp, you know, organization that we help support, and spread that wealth across all of the fiscally sponsored groups that we work with? I mean, that would be incredible. I mean, even the small amount of money that we could bring in between our two organizations, and, you know, that's a huge benefit for our nonprofits.
Good. Councilmember Agnew.
Thank you. I'm curious if you have any data on the income or social situation for people in our community that play pull tabs.
We haven't seen any, there isn't published data about who actually, what's the demographics or economic basis of who actually participates in pull tabs from Edina.
Okay, do you know if there's any information on that, like broader in the state, that we could tap into?
We could look into that, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Your questions, Member Risser, and then I'll go to.
The map you showed, two of them really resonated with me. The one where Edina is all alone, and then the map that showed all of the other cities where you could raise money, charitable gambling, and the amounts that they were able to do. And I feel like you have a very compelling case. And to me, it seems the most logical course of action is to work on that ordinance instead of carving out an exception. And I'm just wondering if I see you all nodding, but that's basically those are the only comments I have. Thank you for all the work.
Manager Neal, what would be the next steps?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, in fact, staff has had some chance to talk with Ms. Allison and Attorney Kendall. We also agree with the path that Councilmember Risser was going down, that it's much preferable to replace the ordinance than it is just to offer exemptions to it. You know, we got to be this little island because past councils didn't support going with a charitable gaming atmosphere here. If this council wants to go that direction, we just want some kind of direction from you before we start putting some resources, legal and administrative resources, into putting this together. It's not difficult to put it together. It can be done in a fairly short period of time. But if you want us to do that, we're happy to do it.
Yeah. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, thank you,
Thoughts?
Mr. Mayor. Well, I guess I'm a little confused on the designation that would it be, if you had it for nonprofits, could the Hockey Association also participate in it? And is that in the ordinances that we could look at from Wayzata and Minnetonka?
Yeah, if the ordinance was changed, any nonprofit that qualifies by the Minnesota Gambling Control Board's definition, that, you know, they have to be member organizations, and it's a very highly regulated tool, which is part of why we partnered, because the Athletic Boosters is set up to comply. I believe the Edina Hockey Association would as well, and I know Braemar is interested in actually bringing it in there as well. So it wouldn't prohibit, ideally, all of those organizations would participate and create more opportunity for Edina.
Okay, great, because I appreciate that you guys are organized and ready to go, and I'm really glad you came forward with this. I just want to make sure that we can, to latecomers who say that would work well for my organization, have the opportunity if they're qualified. So thank you very much.
I think the beauty with our organization is that we do cover a ton of organizations that aren't capable of doing it themselves. Which is why we have tried to come together and be organized, so because we represent many organizations that can't do it.
Councilmember Pierce has a question for you, or a comment.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Earlier, you talked about different organizations that could receive funding. And so I think the first time I looked at this, like, I was thinking, well, this is hockey, football, you know, the major sports. And you had some good examples of how there are other organizations that don't have funding that this could greatly benefit as well. And so if you could give a few of those examples, that'd be awesome.
Sure. So the Edina Education Fund is the fiscal sponsor, for example, to the currently 110 clubs and activities at Edina High School. Just to give you an example, that includes Girls United. It's a club at Edina High School. I'm just going to call that one out as an example. Doesn't mean that that's a special one. Actually, I think it's really special. But it's a club at Edina High School that's a bunch of girls that get together and do wonderful things. They have no funding. For them to raise funds, they're looking at each other and pulling their pocketbooks together, okay? There's also a badminton team, right? The badminton team is by no way going to raise money like the hockey team is. There's a softball team. There's the boys swim team, which, by the way, has how many state titles? I don't know if it's as many as hockey, but it's darn close, okay? They don't have nearly the amount of money that our hockey team or our football team does, but the Athletic Boosters covers them just the same, right? So the beauty that you have with our two groups is that I cover all the clubs and activities. They cover every single sport. So you're getting that coverage that you don't typically have. I cover the Cornelia First Lego Robotics team. Okay, which is awesome. Wouldn't it be cool if I could give them $100 so that they could buy cookies at their meetings? Come on.
I would add to that, as Kurt said, the Athletic Boosters literally funds all the basic needs for every high school sport at the high school, and also funds large projects that would ordinarily come out of the school's budget. So a $40,000 gymnastics floor or a new scoreboard in the community center. All of those things also get funded by the boosters that, again, touch lots of athletes. And as we all know, the need for scholarships, that athletes that the families can't afford to pay the fees to the school or the participation costs that come with sports. It's a $300 fee to play basketball at Edina, in addition to the $150 you pay to the school. And so the need for scholarships across all of the activities we support is continuing to grow. And this incremental funding would help all of that.
Yeah, good. I think that, yeah, thanks for the presentation. And I think we'll take it up. I think, as a council, want to have a separate discussion about this, or you want to direct Manager Neal to go ahead and start looking at a draft ordinance we can take a look at?
Anything we prepare has obviously got to come back to the council
Yeah.
a couple of times, so.
Yeah, I think, is it people comfortable asking the staff to go ahead and start looking at a draft ordinance? And I was just thinking of, as you were talking about being this island of lack of charitable gambling activity, and it made me think of years gone by where we were, the only place you could get a drink in Edina was at one of the country clubs, you know, and nobody could figure out why we didn't have a good restaurant in town. So that's all been fixed over time, and this maybe is its time too. Fix this too. So thanks for coming in with the idea. Appreciate you guys giving it this kind of thought that you have. It's important. Okay. All right, that completes that portion of the agenda. We've got a couple of public hearing matters this evening that we're going to address, and Harry Teague has the first matter, and it's actually something that we've approved before, and we need to think about whether we're going to, I guess, kind of bolster what we did before, reinforce what we did before. So, Director Teague, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. This is a request by Enclave Companies. It's to replat the old Macy's furniture store site. As the mayor mentioned, this is a project that was approved back in 2024. In Edina, subdivisions or plats need to be filed with Hennepin County within 1 year of city council approval. That has not occurred, so the plat has expired. In Edina, site plans are good for 2 years. So the project that was approved, the site, is still in good standing, but the plat has expired. So that's the action that is requested of the council, is to approve the preliminary plat for this project. There have been no changes to the previous plat that was approved. As you may recall, the easements for the public space, those public areas, those all are dedicated when the project is built, so they're not shown on the plat. It's similar to the previous approvals, but they are required per the PUD and the TIF agreement. So the Planning Commission made a recommendation for approval on a unanimous vote. The condition for park dedication still stands. The action tonight is actually to hold the public hearing, then close the public hearing at noon on November 23rd, and then continue action to your December 2nd City Council meeting. Patrick Brahma is here from Enclave Properties to answer any questions that you may have. And with that, I'll turn it back to the City Council.
Yeah, thanks, Director Teague. As I recall, they're scheduled for closing on the property with Macy's sometime in December?
Yes, it would be after the City Council action on December 2nd, so that they are planning to move ahead with the project. So they would close on the purchase of the property, file the plat, and then they have until it's middle of next summer for those to at least pull a building permit before those site plans expire.
Okay. Mr. Brahma here?
He's all set.
Oh, there he is. I think we should have him confirm that. That'd be important information to the council. Could you hear that question I posited to Director Teague? Go ahead and identify yourself first.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Patrick Brahma, 1660 South Highway 100, St. Louis Park with Enclave.
And the question I asked Mr. Teague was whether you were scheduled to close with Macy's in December. I just wanted to get affirmation on that from you directly.
Confirmed, yes. December is the scheduled closing, yes.
The date and specific date in December?
December 12th at this point in time.
Okay. All right. Other questions for Mr. Brahma at this point in time? Member Risser?
Actually, I have a question for Director Teague. The sequence of, I have done some additional digging into our subdivision policy as well as recommendations from the League of Minnesota Cities. And as I look at section 32-72, item number 6, it appears that in the application, all public ways within the plat, whether existing at the time of the platting or being dedicated by the plat, shall be depicted on the plat together with the name and sufficient mathematical data to locate the position and width of the public way. And I don't know if we could get the image of the site plan projection so we could take a look at that, but the promenade, the east-west extension of it, is not shown on the plot. Also, as I try to determine the ADA access, and I do have some questions about that, I am not sure that the area where that ADA access is planned to happen is on the plat as well. And we do need to have that be public space because it is accessing, it's my understanding we need that because it is accessing the promenade extension.
Yes, it is not platted as a public street, and that's the reason it's not shown on the plat. If we were to plat that as a public street for the city to maintain, we would have specific street specifications to build a road that we could plow through. These will be easements established after it's constructed, not necessarily meeting city street standards. These will be dedicated to the public for its use. However, it's the developer's responsibility, the property owner, to maintain that space. So they're not dedicating public right-of-way specifically, and that's why it's not shown on the plan.
League of Minnesota Cities also recommends that public areas, including trails, walkways, and parks, be included when land is subdivided. And again, could we get the image of the site plan?
Yes, I can call that up. But again, these aren't public parks. If it was a public park that was to be maintained by the city, that would be shown on the plat. But again, these are public spaces that are maintained by the property owner.
It may be splitting the, okay, that's good to know. When we talked about the promenade extension, there was a lot of dialogue about these being areas that people would be able to access. And so I think between now, we do have time to look into this, but there was talk about people even being able to protest in the promenade, go there, be there. And so I am concerned about that. I'm also concerned, you know, as you go through the proposed underpass, you are faced with a large set of stairs, and you can see that the Grand Promenade entry to the plaza. The ADA route, if someone could explain how that happens, that would be very helpful. And I don't know if someone could use the cursor to explain how the ADA path is going to happen, that would be fantastic.
Councilmember Risser, thank you for the question. We are reviewing anything to do with the underpass is still under consideration. You can see here on their plans, they note the ADA route. There was always a discussion, and it's still discussion, if the underpass gets built, that the ADA route would go this way and then get on this new trail and tie into the 9 Mile Creek Regional Trail.
How does the ADA route lead to the promenade extension?
We haven't investigated that interface between their project and a potential underpass. We would, of course, review ProAg for the right-of-way public access agreement and the building code and see which rules would govern for this space and what would be needed based on the ADA guidance.
So just to be clear, it doesn't go there. It appears when I look at the ADA route, it looks like it's going through where there's seating outside of the buildings, and I just am confused about that.
Yep, and that would be a building department manages the ADA access near the building. So that is a building department. They would make sure that is compliant when they build the structure and pull those permits for the project.
Okay, on the site plan, it does say public plaza and gathering space. And in language in the League of Minnesota Cities, it says public areas. So I would like further clarification by the time we get to the vote about why we do not need to follow or why these standards don't apply, because it appears there's a couple different definitions of public. Those are the only comments that I have. Thank you.
Mr. Kendall, any observations on that?
Well, Mayor, I think there was a discussion on this project and some other projects that these were not going to be dedicated city streets on the plat. They were going to be privately owned areas that the developers would agree to execute a public easement with the city for the public to use. So it's a different way to establish a public use. It's not dedication of public easements on the plat as is common. It's a more unusual approach of having the developer execute a private easement, which allows them flexibility to sometimes make it different, smaller than a public street would have to be. There's standards for public streets and public sidewalks and other things that they have to be wide enough to be plowed, and other standards that apply. And this allows the developer some flexibility to deviate from those standards. So the city's not required to do this, but it's a choice that the city has made on a couple of developments.
The property continues to be privately owned with the public easement,
Correct.
and hence the crafting of the plat the way it is.
Right, it won't be shown on the plat because it's not a public easement in the sense that it's dedicated on the plat. It's a different animal that the developer and the city have agreed to, and it gives the city less rights to use the space, but it still gives the public some rights as dedicated or as specified in the easement agreement with the private property owner.
Councilmember Jackson?
So I'm thinking of what the public would know about this piece of property. So in 100 years, somebody buys it, and they said, why do we have to maintain these streets? What is the difference between looking at the plat to see what people have access to, or looking at the easement? What would a buyer in 100 years from now see to know that this space was dedicated to the public?
Well, a buyer would see, there'll be an easement agreement that will be recorded on the title to the property. It just won't be shown, the public space won't be shown on the plat, but it will still be recorded on the title to the property.
Okay, so it's perfectly findable. It just is through a different route than through the plat.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Director Teague at this point in time, or Mr. Brahma? All right. This is a public hearing matter. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to comment regarding the proposed approval of this preliminary plat?
My name is Jim Groats, 5513 Park Place. I am here to request your no vote to subdivide this parcel. This project does not capture the unique features of this site. It covers the site with hardscape and will create a heat island due to a lack of green space. Thousands of hours of staff time have been spent on this project for an investor group that has yet to purchase this property. Wouldn't it be great for residents if even half of that same amount of staff time was spent on reducing the cost of Edina government to reduce the levy? Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience wish to testify regarding this matter?
Hi, I'm the other half, Lori Groats. Before you consider subdivision, what I would like to see, I'd like to see number one, Enclave own the property, and number two, obtain financing for their project. I don't think the taxpayers want to see another U.S. bank site where you end up with a cleared piece of land that's a dirt field that has a blue fence around it, as I refer to it as. I see it as lipstick on a pig. I think that they need to get their financing first. Plus, I don't think it's the wisest for the council to be subdividing some of the large parcels that we have left. This is a prime piece of real estate. You subdivide it in the future, if the developer can get his project built, then he can sell it off piece by piece if he wants to. If you've got a large piece of property, you're going to have more options of what you're going to see on there. But don't approve this. The guy doesn't have the money yet for it, and he doesn't have the financing. And how many years has it been at the US Bank site? And you're going to pay for this proposed tunnel with TIF from the Macy's site, plus the site across the street, 7200 and 7250 France. That's taking away future property taxes for the next 25 years. So taxpayers, if you think you're seeing big levies now, hold on. It's going to get bigger yet, because if there isn't money to pay for city operations, taxpayers are going to be paying it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Coates. Anyone else?
Janie Weston again. Just a quick comment regarding the ADA accessibility. If the tunnel does happen and if the project does move forward, since this would be not city land where the ADA route that was just pointed out with the cursor on the map put up on the screen here, can the city have a requirement written into some legal document requiring that in the middle of the winter when snow removal needs to happen, if that's on the private property of the owner, somehow can that be guaranteed that snow is cleared and done properly for full accessibility for someone, say, in a wheelchair? If that snow just sits there, they're not going anywhere. So, thank you.
Anyone else? Do we have anybody online that wishes to testify? Okay. All right. I'll go to the audience one more time before we deal with this matter. All right, so the recommendation from staff on this matter is that we close the public hearing at noon on November 23rd and continue the action to the December 2nd City Council meeting. That lets people continue to offer up some thoughts that may be important for the council to consider at the December 2nd meeting. Is there a motion to close the public hearing at noon on November 23rd in this matter and continue it to action on December 2nd?
So moved.
Second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Pierce seconds the motion to close the public hearing at noon on November 23rd and continue the action to the December 2nd City Council meeting regarding this proposed subdivision at 7235 France Avenue and the reissuance of the plat. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion is adopted and approved, and we will take this matter up on December 2nd. Thank you, Mr. Rama, for being here. And then we have one other public hearing matter. This is something that we see from time to time, and our Finance Director, Pa Tao, has this matter, and we've got a few presenters here as well.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council Member. Tonight, we have in front of you a request to open and hold a public hearing for the purpose of host approval for revenue bond issuance by the City of Oakdale to refinance and approve Oak Meadows in Oakdale, Minnesota, as well as fund deferred maintenance and upgrades at York Gardens in Edina. The total bond that the City of Oakdale will be taking for this matter is up to $25 million. million. 14 million of this will be allocated to York Gardens. And again, the city of Oakdale will be the issuer of this. It's required by Minnesota state law that as the project of York Garden is in the city of Edina, the host city has to give host approval. Therefore, we are here tonight for you to host a public hearing and then to ultimately give host approval for this matter. And like you stated tonight, I also have with me Jenny Bolton from Katak Rock, the legal counsel for the city of Oakdale. She's here and available for any questions as you may have. And I think we also have Todd Willett, the chief financial officer from Ebenezer Society, who city of Oakdale is taking the bond out for in the audience.
Sure. Yeah, thanks for that. Any questions for our finance director at this point in time? I'm going to bring Ms. Bolton up here from Kutak Rock. Mr. Willett, you could come up too, I think. I think it'll be helpful for you to explain. It's a bit of a curiosity for those of us that haven't been through this before, and this council has, but nonetheless, I think for the people in the audience and that might be watching, it's good to kind of walk through what are you doing here when this is primarily going on over in Oakdale, and you're the city attorney in Oakdale, and you're the chief financial officer for Ebenezer. So, okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Jenny Bolton from Kutak Rock. We are bond counsel for the city of Oakdale, which is the proposed issuer for the financing for this project. The project consists of two facilities. One is in Oakdale and one is in Edina. And it is efficient for the borrower to combine the financing for both of those projects. And ultimately, it's under an umbrella that will allow for other Ebenezer Society projects to be combined under the same financing structure. Tax-exempt bonds are a program that is offered through the federal tax law that allows borrowers to borrow at a lower interest cost because investors don't pay income taxes on those tax-exempt bonds. And that specific mechanism for financing is available only to certain entities, including governmental entities for governmental purpose bonds and for nonprofit entities like Ebenezer Society. They are a 501c3 organization, charitable organization. So it's a limited availability tool, and there are certain procedures that are required under federal tax law in order to use that tool. You need a local government or a government entity to issue the bonds, and when the project is located outside of the jurisdiction of that government entity, then the jurisdiction of the location of the project also needs to approve the financing. And that is what you're being asked to consider tonight. And in order to go through the approval process, it requires a public hearing. And so that is part of what's being asked tonight as well.
All right, Ms. Bolton, thank you for that. And just to follow up, this is an issuance from the city of Oakdale.
Correct.
And there's no risk to the city of Edina or its taxpayers.
That's correct.
And no credit rating impact for the city of Edina.
That's also correct, yes.
Okay, all right. Questions for Ms. Bolton? Mr. Willett, anything you want to add? We see you, I mean, we haven't seen you for a while, I don't think, but Ebenezer's done some good work in Edina, and we appreciate your investment in Edina.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I don't have a lot more to say on the technicalities, but thanks for having us. And as you know, we have been at this location for 15 plus years. Our corporate headquarters, we moved in 2020 over into our new corporate headquarters in Edina. We moved from Minneapolis here. We've enjoyed it. We've worked well with the city. So I can field any questions if you have them. But
yeah. What do you plan to do over on York at the facility?
It's a refinancing. So it's taking out, you know, we had issued a bank issuance right now that needs to be refinanced, but we are investing in an additional $1 million taking out at this location to do some property improvements, you know, walls, paint, flooring, different things that just cosmetic stuff that, you know, the building's 15 years old now, so needing to do to keep current with the current folks that want to live in that building.
Okay, good. Any questions for Ms. Bolton or Mr. Willett at this point in time? Or Patel? Yeah, okay. Stand by, folks. I'm going to open this up for public testimony. This is something we're going to try to deal with this evening. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to testify regarding this matter? Okay. Seeing no one coming forward, do we have anybody online?
I do not have anyone online, but because there is a brief delay in the broadcast, I would recommend we wait about a minute before moving on. My clock shows that it's 8:46. I'll come back to you at 8:47 or when I have a caller, whichever's first.
All right, thank you.
It is now 8:47 and I still don't have a caller, so I think it's safe for you to move forward with the agenda.
All right, thanks, Director Benarott. The motion that's been suggested by staff is that we move to approve the resolution 2025-103, which would authorize the issuance of revenue bonds by the City of Oakdale, Minnesota for the benefit of Ebenezer York Assisted Living LLC. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I think we need to close the public hearing first.
That's a good thought, yeah. Thank you for that. All right, we're gonna, yeah, that's exactly right. You think I would have remembered that by now? All right, so we've got nobody testifying that wants to testify online. We've had testimony in public chambers here. Is there a motion to close the public hearing in this matter?
So moved.
A second.
All right, we got a motion, second, motion by Member Jackson, second by Member Agnew to close the public hearing in this matter. Any further discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing in this matter say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Thanks for that. And then we've got the motion itself. The motion to approve Resolution 2025-103, authorizing the issuance of revenue bonds by the City of Oakdale, Minnesota for the benefit of Ebenezer York Assisted Living LLC. Is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
Member Pierce moves, Member Jackson seconds the adoption of the motion as stated, which would be adopting Resolution 2025-103, which would authorize the issuance of revenue bonds by the City of Oakdale, Minnesota for the benefit of Ebenezer York Assisted Living LLC. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion as stated say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. The motion is approved and adopted. All right. Thank you. That concludes the public hearing. Yeah, thanks for being here this evening. And that concludes the public hearing portion of the agenda this evening. We're going to move on now to reports and recommendations. And the first matter we have there is, comes every meeting, I think. We've got all these generous people and entities in Edina that want to donate to the city of Edina. We've got to approve those donations. And we have to do it by supermajority based on state law. And so Resolution 2025-111 would accept donations on behalf of the city of Edina from a variety of sources. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 2025-111?
So moved.
A second.
Member Jackson moves, Member Agnew seconds the adoption of Resolution 2025-111, which would accept donations on behalf of the city of Edina. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of Resolution 2025-111 say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Carried. Resolution 2025-111, accepting donations on behalf of the city of Edina, is adopted and approved. And in this reporting period, we have several donations to the Edina Arts Center. Mrs. John Farrell, Janet Stevens, Michael Thomas, Priscilla Barat, John and Carol Ann Clay, all with respect to a memorial for Monica Sullivan. So thank you, all those generous donors. Their names will be posted on the city website for people to see. We really are appreciative of your contributions in memory of Monica Sullivan. Next, we are going to go to a sketch plan review. And for those of you in the audience that don't know what that means, we've got companies that come in that think about doing a particular kind of land use project in the city of Edina. And instead of going through the effort of filing for preliminary approval and spending a bunch of money and coming in front of the planning commission and city council and finding out it wasn't such a good idea after all, they can come to us for a sketch plan review in advance and get our feedback. And then they can go back and decide whether they want to come forward at some subsequent time with an application for approval. So tonight we have a sketch plan review over off 169 and Bren Road, which is the Lincoln Drive area, and there's a proposal from a convenience store operator called Quick Trips. We've all probably stopped at a Quick Trips in some particular town or in the metro, and they're thinking about the potential location at that 169 and Bren Road location generally. And I'll turn it down to Director Teague to set the stage for this conversation.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of council. So this is in an area where you recall that we just completed a small area plan, the Lincoln and Londonderry small area plan. The proposal here tonight is to tear down the existing office building on that site. It's about 22,000 square feet, and then build this 9,000 square foot Quick Trip store. There would be 10 fueling stations. There would be no car wash. And they would like to be open 24 hours. Access would be utilized off, there's an existing access off Lincoln. It's a shared driveway with the property owner to the north. Sidewalk along Lincoln and Londonderry, and there's a patio space kind of on the west side of the lot. There's a number of variances that would be required as part of a formal application. Those have been listed in the staff report. And as with all of our formal applications, a parking study and traffic study would need to be done to be included in that formal request. In addition to the variances, a rezoning would be required to PCD 4. That would allow the use on the site. As I mentioned, this is in that small area plan district, and the land use descriptions for that small area plan reads, in general, small to moderate scale commercial, residential, or mixed use buildings serving primarily the adjacent neighborhoods. That was the main issue that the Planning Commission had in their review, as they believe this is more regionally focused with traffic off of 169. So they talked about either eliminating the gas pumps, just having the convenience store, or significantly reducing the number of pumps. So with that, I will introduce Dean George of Quick Trip, and he is going to walk you through the project and talk a little bit about Quick Trip.
All right, Mr. George, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So as Carrie said, I am here on behalf of Quick Trip. We are proposing or feeling out ideas for putting up what we call a Generation 3 convenience store, which is our newest convenience store in our fleet. It's 9,100 square feet, and we are hoping to accommodate 20 vehicles at a time with our 10 fueling stations. A little bit about us. Have you guys seen this presentation? Did you guys take a look at the planning minutes? So I don't need to redo this entire thing. We can skip right to the site plan, I suppose. So this is the site plan. Main access off Lincoln Drive, shared with the existing office building to the north. Pumps would be orientated facing the north, stores facing the north. One entrance in and out. 2 drive aisles separated by those squiggly lines you see there are our storm water ponds that we do ponding on site, and the hashed area is our buried underground storage tank, so where our gas gets dumped. So delivery loading zone is on the east side of the building, parking on the west side of the building, dumpster enclosure to the rear. One of the major selling points, comment points that the Planning Commission had was maybe we can flip the orientation of the building to get the loading zone on the other side, get the parking on the east side towards the residents, and maybe put some patio space and some bike racks on that side, create a little more green space, a little more kind of welcoming neighborhood feel on that portion. We would love your feedback. I think big goal for this site, I wouldn't put this here just because 169 is there. That was kind of the feedback we got from the Planning Commission. This prototype, this size, this number of fueling stations goes into a lot of locations where there's a lot less traffic. This is kind of our standard build, our standard footprint site. primary reason why there's so many gas pumps is most of the time during AM, PM peak hours, so AM drive, PM drive. You guys are probably all guilty of it. I'm guilty of it as well. You gas up, you leave your car at the pump for a good 4 or 5 minutes, run inside, come back out and grab it. So there is a lot of congestion on site under the fueling islands if you are leaving your car there. We do understand it is a primary place that people do park. So that's one of the main reasons why we have so much fueling space. It did come up, can we downsize it? We would look into downsizing it if that's the direction you guys urge us to go. But as you said, Mr. Mayor, feedback here is critical. We've only had this site under contract for a little over 6 weeks. Carrie urged us to get a concept plan together for if you guys would be supportive in general of this concept in this location, which is why we're here. We haven't spent a lot of due diligence on what we need to do to get this buildable. We don't know what the specific variances required would be. So we would love to hear from your thoughts and feelings. I can answer any questions you guys might have about us as a company, about this site specifically. We can keep this open if you guys want.
Does that cursor work on the computer so you can? Yeah, good. Why don't you walk us through let's say you're coming north on 169 and you get off on Londonderry. How do you get into the station and how do you get to the pumps? So just kind of walk us through what you'd do if you were a consumer.
So you're sitting on the off-ramp right here on Londonderry. You make a right. You come to probably a four-way stop here. You make a left up Lincoln Drive. You get to your drive access here. Most people are going to enter into this first driveway, pull right into the pumps, and then they're going to circulate either to the store if they're not getting gas, or they're going to fuel up and they're going to circulate out this way, or they're going to, depending on which pump they use, they're probably going to do this maneuver to get back to the exit.
Okay. Did anybody at the Planning Commission talk to you about the fact that if you came out of the facility and turned left, you'd be going up into a neighborhood that could take you north and back out on 169 later on, and that there might be some consideration about that kind of traffic potentially going up into that neighborhood?
That wasn't a comment, but we can certainly see that concern. We can probably hopefully mitigate that with on-site signage saying 169 back to the right. We've done that at other locations to help flow traffic back to where they came from.
Okay. Another concern that I saw in some emails was you're open 24 hours. Talk to us a little bit about the lighting and the potential splash effect, I'll call it, into the neighborhood that's to the east.
So as part of our full civil design, which we may or may not move forward with depending on feedback and what we can live with, you'll get a full photometric plan. In that full photometric plan, it will highlight that all of our exterior lighting is downcast and LED so as to mitigate all off-site impacts. You'll also have about 1/10 of a foot candle at the property line, which really shows that there's not a whole lot of light pollution off-site.
Okay. Let me go to my colleagues and see if someone wants to start out. Remember, Agnew, you want to?
Sure, thank you. Thank you so much for coming in tonight. I'm going to start out with one question, and I don't know if this is directed to you or maybe city staff, but I think for other sites that have been gas stations previously, we've had to do additional mitigation to that site. So can you speak to if 20, 30 years down the road, this site were no longer a gas station, is there any kind of remediation to the site for cleanup or anything that would need to be done for it to be repurposed?
After the use has been on the site? Yeah, so you're right. We think of the Keys site over on Vernon. There was some pollution from the tanks from that gas station that had to be remediated. So if the use changes hands, yes. Before any other use would go onto the site, there would have to be studies done to make sure there's no pollution, and if there is, they would have to clean it up.
And before title transfers, we are responsible for pulling the tanks out of the ground, which is a big, so before that happens, we have to get a all clear from the MPCA that those tanks have been removed. A little bit about the tank drop. Those tank drop holes are dug and they're double lined with concrete as mandated by the MPCA. There is spill alarm and overfill alarm, and there's also vapor mitigation. So we do our best in this day and age to comply with every MPCA standard, and then ongoing maintenance is a requirement of the EPA. So it's a pretty heavily regulated industry at this particular point in time.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
And I think that it was a discussion point at the Planning Commission about whether or not you were going to have any electric charging sites there. Did you go back and consider that, or would that be a future consideration?
So it's a future consideration, but we can certainly plan for it on the next iteration of the site plan design if we should move forward with it. We have a lot of sites in our fleet now that are beginning our EV rollout. So it's something that we are doing in a relatively small scale. I'm not going to say every site's going to have one. We're doing it kind of strategically where it makes sense. If it's something this community wants, we can get added to the plan.
Okay. So I'll just say, I'll give feedback as well as we're going through this. Overall, I don't think that what this site needs is such a large-scale gas station. I don't like the fact necessarily that it's 24 hours and thinking about the continual cycle of traffic that we would experience there. But at the same time, I really appreciate your desire to invest into the community and invest into this site in particular. And so I've just been noodling on really since that conversation with the Planning Commission whether this could be a really fun opportunity for Quick Trip to think about the convenience store and gas station of the future, more leaning towards electric charging. So what if this were a completely electric charging station, much smaller footprint, still get that convenience store factor to it, but create more of that community connection? Because I think that was a lot of the concern too. It's pretty large. It wasn't as walkable right off the highway. But then think about, and I know that you were talking about doing this already, but a lot of community engagement to understand what is it that they want. I know we had talked about in the small area plan, potentially something like a grocery store. I know people like the idea of some of the grab and go components. And so there could be a really unique way for Quick Trip to kind of lead the way into what electric charging stations of the future could look like. And I know that that's something that I personally would have more of an appetite to invest in. But just kind of your typical Quick Trip and convenience store isn't something that I see being on this site. But I could look at some other kind of creative, modern, thinking of just like re-envisioning what a Quick Trip looks like for kind of eco-friendly electric focus. So that's my thought.
Thank you.
Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I probably won't be as encouraging as my colleague. I just wasn't excited about it. So I'm not sure it's the right fit for the area. And what I really have to force myself to do, it would be great to have another business there, another property owner, more taxes, right? More services for the community. All that would be great. But I don't think I would weigh some of the variances that you would need. And then when I look at the community priorities from the small area plan, this doesn't quite fit. And so I don't think I would be in favor of it. And I really would just encourage you, if you're interested in being there and being a business owner, maybe talking to the neighbors and figure out what might be a good fit for that area. I don't have any suggestions to give you. So that's what I meant by I'm probably not going to be as encouraging, but I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Member Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we got an email from the neighbor to the north, the Realtors Association, and they're very worried about the traffic on the driveway. So that is a very real impediment that you might be facing, having this as a gas station. So I just wanted to alert you to that.
Appreciate it.
Going forward. I have to say, I really like the idea of this being a 21st century fueling thing. That's exciting. This is a food desert. This is my neighborhood, and there is like nothing to go pick up. And I went down 212 to Quick Trip. They've got bread, they've got bananas, they've got onions, they've got milk and ice cream, frozen pizza. It's a grab and go grocery store with fueling. And we don't have any lots that are big enough for a grocery store. But if this is going to be the this will be the most retail part of the whole Londonderry area. And if we were expecting people to build homes or to build offices going to the north, this is, the lights are going out. This to me is something that would make that a very usable area. And I am concerned about it being a grocery desert. So I'm glad that you've come forward. We've talked about the small area plan, and they did it at length at the Planning Commission. And the small area plan says a convenience store with housing over it. Well, I've only seen that in the very most dense parts of Los Angeles and Chicago and New York. So when they say, what is the small area plan? Say, well, they're looking at something super urban. So I think what you've got in terms of a convenience store is much more what the neighborhood could handle. I am worried about the 24 hours. I don't know what the sign that I saw down, is it Chanhassen where your one is on 212? It was small and modest. It was not high. It wasn't visible from the road, really, almost. It was just off the ground. What kind of a sign would you have there?
So we're still looking into the sign ordinance to figure out what is allowable in the PCD4 zoning. The Chanhassen location you're referencing has what we're calling a ground monument sign, which is probably only 8 feet in height. It's got a rotating messenger board. It's got a brick base on it. Traffic's alerted to that site by DOT billboard signage, so you kind of drive up 212, you hit, quick trip, half mile up. That's how that site is generally serviced by signage. We would probably undergo a sign study here if we're moving forward to figure out how high is high enough to be visible from 169, and if the answer is you just can't be seen before you have to get off the exit, maybe that's all we rely on is DOT signage plus a ground monument sign. But for now, I think the maximum allowable in the PCD4 is maybe 15 feet, and we're proposing it on the very west property line right here. But if that can't be seen from either side before you get off from 169, there's probably not a lot of value in that sign. So we're still exploring signage.
Okay, so the sign could be the element that makes it either neighborhood facing or outward facing. Sure. So consider that. This is right on a regional bike trail that's heavily used. So I envision this as a place where bikers would stop, get a Gatorade or something to drink. So I would want to make it very accessible from the sidewalk and from the bike trail. So, and it's this funny piece of land with its dips and hills and everything. But I would want to be very aware of the fact that lots of bikers go through there. That will be, if there's a place for refueling, there really isn't anything on the trail for a long time until you get up to Hopkins. So think about incorporating that into your design and lots of bike racks. I also see this as a place where neighborhood kids can go have an outing, right? And they go out. And when I was little, that was a big rite of passage. You walked to the Quick Trip and got a candy bar, and that was your big then. So there are lots of kids in our neighborhood, and so you'd want to make it very, very safe for bikers and small children, not small children, but kids who are independent to be able to get there safely on foot or on their bikes. So thinking about if you want to incorporate that into the neighborhood, there is a need in that spot for that type of accessibility. Let's see. I will just warn you, the neighbors don't want any change. So when you're talking to the neighborhood, no rezoning signs were in earnest. They didn't want to rezone it at all. So it's always any kind of change, there will be resistance. With that, though, I think if we do want to see this area develop and change, having some groceries and some, to-go food, I was really impressed with the variety at your store, and I think that would be a benefit for the neighborhood.
Councilmember Jackson, thank you for that commentary. That's fantastic feedback. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Risser.
There's a couple comments that I have, but that mound along Lincoln Drive, how the ground sort of comes up and you've got all those trees, really does function as a buffer. And if there's any way that can be maintained, I think that would be really great. And I don't know if I'm asking the impossible, but it is something, and with the last proposal, that was something that really stuck in my mind.
I don't think that's the impossible. I think flipping the orientation of the site to get the loading on the other side allows you to slide the site a little farther to the west and hopefully maintain. So there's a big grade change there, which is probably one of the biggest factors. If you slide the site as far to the west as you're able to, there probably is an ability to preserve some of those trees. We hope.
And the mound, because it is a kind of a barrier, and it is appreciated. I've been looking online at your restaurants, and there's one, the Hearty Platter Cafe, that is at the Quick Trip in Bondul, Wisconsin, billed as the secret diner. And so I'm wondering how many more restaurants, because it is a thing now, and I'm thinking that could be another benefit if you secret diner?
The secret diners, the restaurants, are no longer our model. Most of the Hearty Platter Cafes were installed inside of our larger truck stops off most interstates to provide truckers a place to sit down and eat while they were waiting out their mandated stop time. So that's why those are in.
Okay.
So we don't install them on any of our small prototype stores. We probably don't even build them in our large format truck stores anymore. So it's a much older concept.
So no Hearty Platter Cafe?
I don't think so, no.
Oh, shoot. Okay. That was my other, idea. So that's all I've got.
Well, thanks for being here. I don't think we knew where you were from. You don't have to tell us your specific address, but...
I live on the east side of Edina, is my home address. So
All right,
Quick Trip out of La Crosse, Wisconsin. They have me outbased in this metro market.
This is your territory.
Well, I've only been employed at Quick Trip for 9 years. I lived in Edina for 11. So when I started, it's been my mission to get a store in this community.
All right,
so I can stop driving to Chanhassen for my gasoline.
Yeah.
I will also mention that we did a grand opening ribbon cutting ceremony at 2 new stores in Moorhead, so best of luck to the boys on Friday night.
Yeah. Yeah, go Hornets. That's an interesting way to start this conversation. Could you talk a little bit more about the retail aspects of it? I was kind of intrigued by Member Jackson's comments, because I think we've all stopped at Quick Trips, stopped frequently at the one in St. Peter on the way down to Sioux Falls to see a daughter, and so that's a pretty good sized store. So you have your own bakery in there, or you do some cooking, or what?
Yeah, so
what else do you have besides groceries?
We have full-size kitchen in every store. We also have commissary operations, bakery operations, dairy operations down at our support center in La Crosse. So we have a 60-acre campus in La Crosse, where we prepare all of our fresh baked goods, all of our dairy we process it all ourselves. There's a full-size kitchen, so all your prepared food gets made in the back. All of our fried chicken is breaded back there, fried back there. All of our pizzas cooked back there, burgers, chicken sandwiches, everything, you name it, it's prepared in the back of the store fresh every day. So there's not a whole lot of flash frozen product. That's not to say that everything's fresh, but we really do have evolved into the fresh food grab-and-go space. That's really kind of what the industry has morphed into over the past 30 years. Our hot food program was rolled out in 2001, and it's really expanded in the last 6 or 8 years, evolving from just candy bars and chips to stuff you can eat at all hours of the day. So it's a priority for us to have hot prepared food ready at all times for our guests.
All right.
It's a pretty impressive operation down on La Crosse, kind of the dairy production and the bakery production. It's state of the art down there.
Okay. All right. I mean, the reason I asked the question is a follow-up to Member Jackson, whose neighborhood this is. My first instinct was that this was a potentially good use for this site. It's a tired old office building. We looked at housing over there. Folks didn't like that idea. We went to the small area plan. But still, the location here for something like what you're offering is pretty intriguing. I thought Member Agnew was on to something that was really important here, and that is that in addition to petroleum products, I mean, you're not going to get away from dispensing fuel. It's just the reality of our time. But there are some convenience stores that are putting in level 3 chargers, 1 or 2 of them, in a strategic location next to the buildings. And then you're capturing customers that way too. Because I stop at one in Alexandria at a Circle K, and they got me for like 20 minutes, So instead of 10 minutes to gas up your car and go to the bathroom and get out of there, I got to go roam around in the store and figure out what to do, or read the paper or something while you charge. So I think you need to be thinking pretty hard about some level 3 charging in conjunction with the petroleum pumps that you're going to be having there, or you would have if it was approved. There's, as Member Pierce points out, there's quite a few variances to deal with. We'd have to address them as they come along, but from a sort of fundamental standpoint, the only thing, I think we could solve the lighting issue. The 24-hour-a-day issue doesn't affect me because the lighting, I don't think it'll push traffic into the neighborhood, but I would be cautious about, especially daytime traffic getting pushed into the neighborhood to the east with the left-hand turn out of there. I got to think about that a little bit. And your idea was at least one way to potentially deal with part of it. But overall, I thought it was worth a further look, a harder look. So that's where I am.
Well, I appreciate all the comments. We'll make some slight design tweaks to this particular sketch plan, and we'll get it back in front of. What are the next steps do you vision, Carrie?
The next steps would be a formal application for rezoning, all the variances, and the site plan review.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. George.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you being here. All right, we've got a couple of matters remaining on the agenda. One, many of our friends and neighbors are here to talk about. We're going to kind of walk through this, and well, there were quite a few people interested in the quick trips, I guess. Wow. Yeah, that's good they're interested. So this whole conversation around gun violence started as a result of what happened on August 27th, 2025. And I'm going to talk a little bit about how we got to where we are, and I'm going to turn it over to Manager Neal, and then we're going to turn it to our city attorney that we asked to do some work. And I thought a month or 6 weeks ago, Member Agnew really framed it up well when we had our conversation, and then we thought about looking at 3 different issues, and we'll talk about that in a minute. So I think we were all, I guess shattered is a good word, by what happened at Annunciation on August 27th. And our council passed a resolution after giving us some thought, because we know there are people on both sides of this issue. People that are ardent Second Amendment defenders, people that are concerned about gun violence, and gun violence is the #1 killer of kids in our country now. Wondering why in other countries they got mental illness too, but people aren't getting killed the way they're getting killed here with automatic weapons. And so this council had a good conversation about it, and we tried to think about what are the things that we were hearing people on both sides of the issue were concerned about. And of course, if you're, this isn't a blanket sort of statement, but we heard that it's a mental illness issue. And so we tried to address that in the proclamation the resolution that we passed. And I think it would be probably in the proclamation we'd send to the legislature, that we tried to deal with addressing some of these issues from a mental health standpoint. But then we also talked about dealing from a weaponry standpoint in our resolution. So we talked about the military-style automatic weapon, the ghost guns, 3D printed guns, high-capacity magazines. Some of the things that we thought were important to think about in terms of prohibiting the sale and possession of those assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. And this conversation took place in the face of understanding that the law wasn't really on our side. The law is city regulations of firearms, ammunition, or components are expressly prohibited under state law. We understand that. But it still begged the question of a conversation, because this isn't the only law that in our history of our country that probably needed to be addressed and probably needed to be changed. Look, in, what was it, 1917, women couldn't vote until 1914, 17, I think maybe they could vote. 1919, they could finally vote, somewhere in that era. I think my mother was born into a time when she couldn't vote. Separate but equal. segregation laws, interracial marriage, gay marriage. You know, a lot of things have changed now from a legal standpoint. So we found ourselves talking about that. And Member Agnew came up with this, based on our conversation, thought, well, let's approach this from 3 standpoints. Let's look at a potential ordinance that might deal with this, similar to what St. Paul was working on at the time. And we knew that it was contingent in nature. And we were, I think, thinking the same thing, and I should have been a little bit more articulate myself, understanding that we weren't going to pass anything that our police department couldn't legally enforce, or that was something that would make their conduct illegal. So when you think about the state law prohibiting cities from regulating firearms or ammunition, we had that in the back of our head. Personally, I didn't articulate that as well as I should have. So we nonetheless asked our city attorney to take a look at what was possible from an ordinance standpoint. And we talked about some safe storage issues that we thought might be helpful. And then we talked about a proclamation or a resolution or a proclamation that we would send to the legislature and then go over there with people that were like-minded to try to help any way we could. Was at least a thought I think that all of us had, because it's going to take some lifting over there. And then I can tell you that as mayors have had this conversation in the region, and I think it came from Governor Walz, was because there are folks on both sides of this issue, maybe it's an issue that should be appropriately handled by constitutional amendment. Let people vote. Let everybody in our state vote on this and decide whether or not some of these automatic weapons ought to be banned. So with that backgrounding of looking at those 3 things, what could we do? What would a gun safety ordinance look like, and what could a resolution look like? We asked our city attorney to take a look at it. I'm going to turn it now to Manager Neal, and then we're going to have Dave Kendall, our city attorney, tell us what his view of the world is from a legal standpoint and what some of the issues are that we need to be thinking about. Manager Neal.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of council. Yes, just a quick background look. At our October 22nd meeting, there was a discussion of the council on this particular issue. You asked us to draft an ordinance kind of modeled after the St. Paul ordinance, and so I gave that direction to Mr. Kendall. And he has worked on that, and he has produced the ordinance that's in front of you tonight, that was in the packet tonight. Unfortunately, we're at a position where we can offer this resolution, or excuse me, offer this ordinance to you, but we can't endorse it because of the unenforceable nature, in our belief, of the ordinance, particularly because it is preempted by state statute. So I wanted to tell you that we're concerned about it from a staff standpoint. We talked a little bit about putting our police in the right positions always, and we have some concerns about the position this might put our police in to enforce an ordinance like this one. So I have asked the city attorney, Mr. Kendall, to go into a little bit more detail about his concerns, and we're happy to answer questions from the council.
Thank you, Manager Neal.
Mayor, I have drafted this ordinance per your instructions. It's based off the St. Paul ordinance. There is a variation in terms of the effective date. The St. Paul ordinance basically says that it'll be effective if and when state preemption is repealed. There's a number of different state statutes that potentially implicate preemption, and so there's an argument that maybe that language is not, it could be vague, is not clear enough. The effective date in this ordinance that I've crafted for Edina basically says that it'll be effective only if the city issues a resolution certifying that preemption has been lifted, and at that point it will be effective. So that should eliminate the vagueness issue. It should be clear to everyone in the city when the ordinance will be enforced, and that will be only after the city council issues a resolution certifying that. So by that, I've tried to craft it in such a way that I hope it would withstand legal challenge. But it should be, I think, clear, acknowledged that it would not be enforced until that time. So I wouldn't want it to provide, any kind of false sense of security or misleading aspect to the public that this would be enforced immediately, because it would not be. And that the reason for that is not to put the police into a position of trying to enforce a law an ordinance that's preempted by state statute. You know, if they were required to do that, I mean, potentially they'd be exposed to liability for wrongful arrest, wrongful search and seizure, false imprisonment, you know, things like that, confiscation of property illegally. So unless and until state law is changed on that point, I don't think the council is in a good position to direct the police to enforce an ordinance that would require them to do those things. So that's the reason for the effective date. I hope that effective date would make it able to withstand legal challenge. So if the council should choose to go forward and pass it, I'd be happy to defend it on that basis. I think it is defensible on that basis. You know, as your attorney, I cannot recommend that you pass an ordinance that is expressly preempted by state statute. But should you choose to do so, I'd be happy to defend it, and I hope it would be defensible.
All right, thank you. Questions from council members for Mr. Neal or David Kendall? Thoughts? Member Agnew.
Thank you, and thank you for preparing this. I think my first question, and you kind of already spoke to it, but this does more or less, I know that there's a little bit of a differentiation in the effectiveness, but this more or less mirrors what St. Paul is doing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and I think that they just voted, was it last week, recently, to approve theirs. So this is something that has already kind of been adopted by another city in Minnesota.
St. Paul did adopt it, and then they were subject to a lawsuit immediately after that.
Okay. Do you know the state of that?
The lawsuit?
Yeah.
I don't. The answer from St. Paul is not due yet, and I don't know, I don't think anything has happened since it's been filed.
Okay, thank you. I do think, one, there's a lot of conversation that we can have on that in and of itself, of whether, just kind of where our comfort lies. I know I think, based on the way that you've prepared this and the fact that there is the effective date, and looking at what St. Paul is doing, like, this is still something that I am supportive of. And I think I would just look for some of that future collaboration of, like, if we're potentially partnering with St. Paul to continue pushing this forward. And I also think it's worth us discussing whether we pull out the safe storage into a separate ordinance so that we can feel very, very confident that we can approve something today that goes into effect, whatever it is, 30 days or whenever we usually have things go into effect. Because I do believe that is not something that's preempted, and that's action that we could take immediately. So that is something I want us to talk about as a city, and then I think we should also talk about what does it mean to continue taking things forward. I think for me, like, joining forces with St. Paul and saying that this is important to us and putting an ordinance in place is a part of that journey. But there's more that needs to happen at the state level as well. And so it's just, let's talk together about how we want to continue championing that.
Thank you, Member Agnew. Yes, Councilmember Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I didn't think that this is what we were doing, and so maybe my notes are just wrong. And so I agree with the comments from Member Agnew, but I'll say it this way, just to cut through what I consider the noise to be. Essentially, we have an ordinance that is passive and does nothing. And so that's how I interpret this. And the reason it does nothing is because of all the reasons that you gave, right? And so, you know, on one side, thanks for that. But what I thought we were going to do, I thought we were going to do two things. One, the St. Paul ordinance has items in that are not defensible, right? Are not allowed because of the exemption, right? But there are lots of things we can do. And so I kind of thought, in my mind, we would actually have probably two ordinances. One would be things that we could do. Remember, Agnew mentioned one, banning firearms discharge in residential districts, regulating discharges in parks, trails, establishing safe discharge zones, so not around schools, things like that. Increasing penalties for reckless or unsafe discharge, requiring permits and safety plans for any organized events involving firing arms, so discharging. And then the storage one that Member Agnew mentioned. So I think there are lots of things that we could do in an ordinance that don't put police at risk, that we can, as a city, enforce. And if written in the right way, it discourages firearm use within the city. Now, it doesn't go as far as all the other things we talked about that are in the St. Paul ordinance, okay? So I was looking for us to have an ordinance that list all the things we could do, draft them in such a way that is restrictive to make the point. And to me, the point is this: we want to do more. And for me, this to me would be right in the preamble of the ordinance. We want to do more, but the state, you won't allow us to. So this is what we're going to do, and this is why we think it's important, and we control that. Then this second ordinance, this is all the stuff that we would do, and it's probably written the same way that you have it. We don't have the authority to do this. And so until it's such a time that the state gets its act together, this other ordinance, we don't have the control in this space, but we draft it. We draft it. And my envision when I chose the word passive purposefully, I would love to see us have like a public hearing, right, on the one that is not defensible, to allow people to come in and talk about it, similar to mayor and the governor saying, well, maybe we should let people vote on it. Well, we can't actually do that, but we could have a public hearing. And I would love to have the people that are sending me emails about the right to bear their arms, I would love to have them stand up at the podium and say, yeah, I want to have my gun. Understand all these other issues, but me having an assault weapon is more important than that. I would love for somebody to stand up here and say that. Creating the space in the democracy to have the conversation. And we have the two ordinances, the one we approved that has all things that we can defense, and then the other, we can still approve it, but we can say, we're not going to enforce this until the state gets their act together. But we will have had a open forum. It's not going to be a debate, but in my mind, I think this was before Member Agnew and Member Risser. I think it was. It might not have been, but we had a sketch plan, and I can't remember which project this was, but we had two lines. People were for, people were against, and they just rolled through and had their 3 minutes. So that's what I would like to see us do. And to me, that is not passive at all. I think it accomplishes something. I mean, at least we get something to not just make the point that we want stronger ordinances, stronger gun laws, stronger control in that space. We actually have something we can do. That's what I'd like to see us consider.
Thank you. Thanks for that. Councilmember Jackson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I've been having lots of conversations on this. One of the questions I have for you, Mr. Kendall, is if other cities, we've got St. Paul has passed their ordinance, we have an ordinance, if other cities follow us and pass very similar or identical ordinances, and we all get sued, is it possible to consolidate those cases into one, and then we would share the cost of the lawsuit?
I don't know if the courts, it would depend. I don't know. A lot of these would probably be filed in the county where the city is located. So obviously the one for St. Paul has been filed in Ramsey County. The one for Edina will presumably be filed in Hennepin County. Sometimes courts do certify, group litigation. I don't know at what point the courts would agree to that. There are some differences now, at least between the ordinance that we've created and the ordinance that St. Paul created. So that might be a basis not to allow, that type of class or certified litigation. It wouldn't be class action, but certified group litigation. And also, so far, aside from St. Paul, no other city has passed an ordinance. There has been discussion about certain individuals from certain cities who have expressed support for, gun violence prevention efforts. I've not seen any other city in Minnesota aside from St. Paul that has actually passed an ordinance at this point.
Well, the person who gave me this idea said Edina is the leader, and we were on indoor smoking. And a lot of the smoking laws that were changed because of the efforts here in this chamber. And this person, actually it was Senator Latz I was talking to, who is my senator and also chair of the judiciary. And he urged us to send the strongest message we could possibly send from his perspective, that we have 4 legislators, 2 representatives, 2 senators that represent Edina, and they are all strong advocates for doing something in the legislature. And he asked us to give him as much as we could to support that effort at the state level. And one of the things he suggested was consolidating, if we pass the ordinance and our neighboring cities are then emboldened or encouraged to do the same, they see us do it, they do it, maybe we could consolidate it and the cost wouldn't be so heavy on just Edina. So.
Yeah, I don't know unless, if a number of different cities passed an ordinance and lawsuits resulted and the numbers became sufficient, maybe the court would consider it, or maybe there'd be barriers to that. I hadn't really thought through that question. And if the ordinances were significantly different, it might not be possible to combine the litigation because there might be enough differences that it couldn't be feasible to rule on the same issues in the same lawsuit, so.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Member Risser.
I am wondering if we could get that statement, the coalition statement that mayors signed on to, projected on the screen so people can actually take a look at that, because I think there's some confusion regarding that.
No, I don't think that's it.
No, not ours, but the link.
Oh, there were some mayors that signed on with St. Paul.
Right, and because I think this is encouraging people to think that there are all these municipalities where we've had mayors issue statements about the importance of curbing gun violence, of taking action, and that's being interpreted as all these municipalities are going to pass an ordinance banning assault weapons and bump stocks and all of that. And I think that's not really the case. And when you read the very thoughtful statements by those leaders, and it is all mayors except for one council person, it doesn't appear that they're saying we're going to pass an ordinance. And I have to say, and I am the process person, And I get very concerned about that. And what we're being asked to do is to take an action that is outside of our purview as city council people. But the other thing is what we've done, and I want to thank Attorney Kendall for writing that ordinance. I want to thank my fellow council members for engaging in the dialogue about this. But how much time is going to pass before the state might remove that preemption? That could be years. And so we're going to have an ordinance, and we're going to have to go through, I would think we would go through a public hearing to get the ordinance as part of the process to get it passed. And then it would sit and wait. And, who knows what changes we would want to make to it by the time the preemption is removed. And we would have to go through the process to amend it, to get those changes. And I just feel like we need to pause and recognize, hey, we wrote an ordinance. What if we acknowledge that as significant? We also wrote a resolution. We did that immediately after the shooting at Annunciation, the shootings. It was horrible going through that. And I think it would make sense to kind of say, we're teed up, that's a big deal, all right? And we've got that. The other thing is, I'm hearing differing views from individuals who are associated with Moms Demand Action. One noted that it was so critical to make our voices heard and demand sensible gun laws at both the state and national level, banning assault weapons, large capacity magazines, and ghost guns. However, I'm not sure what passing legislation at the city level will do, other than invite a potentially expensive legal challenge. And that is something that I take to heart. And I have engaged in a lot of activist action. What is the path forward that is the most logical for us to take? Okay, so here is the document that started all of this. And, I think maybe it's worth reading. Today, the city of St. Paul, this is the one that has the people who signed on to it, right? Or is that not? That is not the one that we need. Okay.
It's at the bottom, second to last paragraph.
Okay, but it had statements from other council members. Okay. Okay, you know what, it's okay, but let's go back to where we were. Today, the city of St. Paul adopted a comprehensive gun violence prevention ordinance. This bold step strengthens the city's ability to address illegal and dangerous firearm activity contingent upon lawmakers lifting the state preemption. St. Paul stands ready to act on day one when the state lifts preemption. This ordinance represents a collective effort by local leaders taking a long overdue step to protect our children, families, and neighbors. Too many have suffered the unimaginable while others debated. It's time for state leaders to meet us in this moment of urgency and safeguard the future of our children, the future our children deserve. When I read the other document, it was not other leaders from cities agreeing to adopt an ordinance. It was other leaders who were making statements, and all those statements are incredibly thoughtful, but they don't say we are going to adopt an ordinance. So here is the link, and this is from October 14th. So the document, okay, the group specifically urged lawmakers to repeal the prevention laws that prevent cities and counties from regulating firearms, ammunition, and related components. Okay, that was the ask. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey said, these laws, yes, okay. Local governments must have the power to act when certain state lawmakers won't, and Minneapolis is ready to move our feet and lead with stronger gun reform measures. The coalition includes city officials from St. Paul, Minneapolis, Bloomington, Brooklyn Center, Burnsville, all of these cities. The press conference is one of several calling for action, okay? Following the August 27th mass shooting at Annunciation Catholic School in Minneapolis that injured 26 students, 3 adults, and killed 8-year-old Fletcher Merkel and 10-year-old Harper Moisky. If the state refuses to act, local government must be allowed to act. You read the statements from leaders. The mayor of Bloomington, it's not hyperbole to say we face a clear and present danger from weapons of war on our streets, in our schools, and in our places of worship. And we're doing far too little to stop it. Urgency is paramount now. We can't allow this call to action to get lost in the endless news cycles. I don't think Bloomington is moving forward with an ordinance. I could be wrong. The mayor of Brooklyn Center. In Minnesota, we lost children in churches and neighbors on porches, futures, and still we're told to wait, to mourn, to hope someone else will fix it. We're not just witnesses, we're architects. We're the ones who shape the future and the frame. We're the ones who decide whether our laws reflect love, whether our policies protect people, whether our silence becomes action. This is our moment to shift the frame from reaction to prevention, from despair to determination, and from thoughts and prayers to votes and bills. Let us write laws that honor life. It's open to interpretation. Public safety is of paramount importance to my city. I'm here today because I think that taking action to limit the types of guns available to the general public makes cities safer. These limits are not contrary to the protections provided by the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The mayor of Richfield. I'm a retired educator who taught in Richfield for 30 years. When I began my teaching career, the school safety drills consisted of what to do if there was a tornado or a severe storm or a fire evacuation. All that changed in 1999 with Columbine. At the time, we told the students that statistically schools were the safest place you could be, and we hoped that this one-time horrific event would never again happen. Educators and parents can no longer say that. Our children deserve better. Now, I don't know. I mean, it's possible every single city is drafting an ordinance. But to me, when I'm reading the statements, these are people who are trying, municipal leaders trying to move the needle forward in a way that is possible. And if I have misinterpreted those, I apologize. But to me, in my role as a city council person, I do need to listen to our attorney, to the city manager, consider the police, and also I really do think we've got this ordinance. It's ready to go when the preemption happens, but we don't need to take the additional step to have it passed into law. How are we going to be the most effective that we can be? And my colleagues may disagree with me. Probably.
Thank you, Member Risser. Yeah,
Okay.
appreciate your thoughts. Yeah, I'm going to go back to Councilmember Pierce. Has a few thoughts.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I get where you're coming from. But as I sit here, I love the way the mayor started. And, you know, I have to say, I believe back in, 1957, there's a bunch of council meetings where in the South, I'm from Alabama, I was born in 1969, where they were saying, yeah, black people shouldn't vote for all these reasons. And there was somebody who said, yeah, law doesn't really protect them. We got all these Jim Crow laws, and so we're not gonna do anything. We're gonna wait for the federal government to pass the Civil Rights Law of 1965, which was done, but it started back in the 50s. And so I'm glad that somebody back then said, nah, we're gonna keep moving forward and we're gonna let the law catch up to where morally we think we should be. And so what I don't understand, and so I kind of want to just repeat what I was thinking, because I don't think anything I suggested is actually against what you're saying, Member Risser. I think we should draft an ordinance that is the strongest ordinance that we can enact as a city. And I went through a list of 5 or 6 things that could be in there. And we can enact that. There's no way we would get sued. Those are things that are within our right to enact as a city. I think we should do that. That is not what was in the St. Paul ordinance, right? Those things are not in that, right? And then we do that, then we do a resolution that says, man, we would love to do more because we know it's the right thing to do. And if we could, and if there were no state preemption, these are all the things that we as a city would resolve to do. But we know we can't do that. And then have a public hearing to let people come in and react to that. And it just creates space for our city to be like Member Jackson is saying, try to take a leading posture. And I think that that would be healthy, and I don't think it puts anybody at risk. We're not gonna get sued by it. We're not gonna have a huge litigation expense. Is there expense to do what I just said? Yeah, there is. But I just don't understand why that, what's the harm in that?
And I want to say what you
Member
just...
Risser, before you go on, I missed something at the very beginning of my comments. And what I should have said was, remember, this is an environment here, and you all know this that live here. This is a chambers that is kind of sacrosanct in the sense that this is a place where it's not only kindness prevailing, but civility prevails. And so when Director Benarott said at the beginning, please don't be clapping or cheering or jeering, even though this is an extraordinarily emotional issue, I think there are people in this room that don't share the same opinion, but they live in our town too. So let's just be cognizant of that and try to not be reactive to some of the things that might get set up here that are important to you. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just make a comment here?
Yep.
So state law does allow cities to regulate discharge of firearms in cities, and discharge of firearms is currently prohibited in Edina. So there is an ordinance already in existence on that point.
Okay. So one question I had for you was...
Can I respond to that,
Yeah,
please?
go ahead. You keep rolling.
But, so you only spoke about one thing. So I'm not an attorney. What I'm asking you to do is to go figure out all the things that we have within our control to do. Like, that's your job. I don't know all those things. I gave you one example, right? And so that's what I don't want the comeback to be, well, we already have that. I want the comeback to be, okay, got it. Let me go see what else statutorily we can enact and bring that back. That's what I'm asking for.
Member Risser.
I want to say, Member Pierce, what you just proposed, I can certainly get behind. Okay, and that is very different than the ordinance that was prepared for tonight. Okay, and I see, and that would be something. I would want to offer, in terms of process, I think it would make sense for us to have a community event where we were engaged, in that vision you have of having people being able to speak about what they are concerned about. And that could be an event where we were getting ideas from the community about possible legislation. I kind of do not want to send our city attorney off on a research I mean, I think we
That's
kind
his
of need to.
job.
Well, no, but I mean, like, to say, I suppose we could, but I think we also need input from the community about, throughout the nation, what are all the other things that it could be kind of a,
That's fair.
yeah, not just only on Attorney Kendall. But I think what we're proposing has a lot of merit and potential. But so hopefully everyone is clear on where I am right now. Thank you.
Mayor, I can answer the question now, mostly. So
Okay.
statute 471.633 says, a government subdivision may regulate the discharge of firearms. Basically, aside from that, other firearm regulations by municipalities are prohibited. So
Are we out of luck on safe storage because of Heller?
safe storage, there's currently a Minnesota statute on negligent storage in the 609 section. It's a crime. And aside from that, I think negligent storage is preempted by state law.
We could parrot or mirror state law if we wanted to, but
Correct.
not.
The state statute also says that local regulation, government subdivision may adopt regulations identical to state law. So you could adopt the same negligent storage provisions in an ordinance that have been adopted in state statute.
Yeah. So St. Paul gets, did you have something else you wanted to?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So St. Paul crafted something they thought was going to be defensible, I'll put it that way. And we have a lot of confidence in you, and you've tried to distinguish our potential ordinance in a different way from St. Paul. So what distinguishes us, our potential ordinance, from the St. Paul ordinance in the way you've drafted it, that you think provides any level of additional protection?
Mainly the effective date. So there's potential vagueness around the effective date of the St. Paul ordinance. Someone could allege that they're not sure what their rights are and when they're allowed to carry prohibited weapons in St. Paul, when they're not, because it could be, reasonable minds could differ on when state preemption has been lifted, because state preemption exists in a number of different statutes. So that's the main difference. There is a safe storage or negligent storage provision in the United ordinance that's identical to the one in the St. Paul ordinance. I think that's preempted. So it couldn't be enacted immediately.
Manager Neely, you've talked to the League of Minnesota Cities about this. I mean, sometimes when someone's not happy with a decision that we make, they sue us and we've got insurance coverage for that. What's the situation there?
Situation there is that we have received such a letter from the Minnesota Gun Owners Caucus, I believe they are called, and saying that if we adopt the ordinance, they will file suit, and they did do that in St. Paul. St. Paul is self-insured, they have in-house legal, so they will absorb this kind of work and do it on their own, presumably. We are part of the League of Minnesota Cities Insurance Trust. That's what covers our defense when we get sued in certain cases. I have sought out an advisory opinion from them to see if they would defend us in this case. I got back a little bit of a vague response that says, we can't tell you that unless we know exactly what the lawsuit is challenging. But they encouraged us to encouraged you as a council to go forward with adoption if you think this is important for the community, and then they will make their decision outside of that if we do get served with a lawsuit. So they did not give us a clear path about whether they would or would not defend.
Mayor, I can just answer one other question. So I read and saw the statements from various individual city council members or mayors, in support of gun violence prevention or gun control. So I called around or searched on the internet and investigated to the best of my ability to see, if any of those cities listed, and there's a number in the list, had passed an ordinance. I did not find any that had passed an ordinance. I know West St. Paul has passed a resolution, as Edina has already passed a resolution. I did not find any of those cities that had passed an ordinance.
I can say that Member Risser's instincts were right, because I've talked to the mayor of Bloomington, and he said they're not gonna do anything right now. So, not that that affects our decision-making.
No, only to Member Jackson's question about, would it be possible to band together? First of all, I don't know. And second of all, so far, no one else has passed an ordinance that would put them in a position to band together with Edina.
What about, council members, what about Councilmember Pierce's, I'll go to Member Agnew first, and I'll ask about Councilmember Pierce's idea.
I didn't mean to
Councilmember
interrupt
Agnew.
you.
Thank you.
No, I was going to wait in line. Thank you. So I just want to explicitly ask, I think you said this at the beginning, the ordinance that we have in front of us today that you presented, to your best legal advice and ability, do you think us approving it would be illegal?
No, because the effective date is delayed until such time as it would not be illegal.
Okay, thank you.
And the consequence of that is that we would win a lawsuit?
The consequence is, I think, the lawsuit would be defensible. It would not be an automatic win for the plaintiffs. I would certainly hope to win the lawsuit, but I can't predict the outcome.
Yeah. What about Member Pierce's idea of having I'll call it a town hall forum or a public hearing where people get to come and express their opinions on this issue? We've already had some express the opinion that, wait a minute, now you're not gonna have a defense from the League of Minnesota Cities, you're spending my money. I mean, I've had quite a few emails like that, you got no right to spend taxpayer money that way. We make decisions on spending all the time as part of our job, but nonetheless, it was a point well taken. And were you thinking more of a public hearing sort of setting like we've had in the past, or were you thinking more of a town hall forum where people could just come and express their thoughts?
Yeah, so I'm trying not to be frustrated, but I used to be able to just wipe that off like this, and then I look fine. But the older I get, that doesn't work. It just feels like we're not going to do anything, and so it's easier for us to say, well, sorry, we can't do that because, and that's right. That's comfortable, right? I can go home tonight and I'll, be fine in the morning. But what I'm trying to do is urge us to be creative. I'm trying to urge you to be creative and help us figure something out that will, at a minimum, help create some momentum. And remember, Riss is right. I mean, it could take 10 years to make any change at all. But one thing that we know for a fact, when there's a school shooting, there's a period of time where everybody is, oh my goodness, hopes and prayers, it's horrible. We tie the ribbons, we write the resolutions, right? We have the press conferences, and then every day we get further from that. People move on. And I am trying to come up with a way that we don't just move on. That's all I'm trying to do. So hopefully I haven't offended anybody tonight. I'm just trying to come up with something that helps us not move on and to create some kind of momentum. So to your question, originally when I thought about it, it was having something to react to and doing a public hearing like we did tonight. I wasn't necessarily thinking like a town hall. And the reason I was thinking that is because we schedule it on a day we're going to be here anyway. It's on the agenda just like everything else. So it's not an additional expense. And the gravy to me, if we were to do that, is if some other city got wind of it, the Sun Current heard that we were doing it or something. It just helps kind of create some momentum. And who knows, maybe St. Louis Park, their city hall, their city council meeting, maybe they'll do one. That's all I'm trying to do. So that's how I was originally thinking. I wasn't thinking of a town hall.
I just wanted to understand the depth of your thoughts on it, because I didn't want to, if that was really important to you, I didn't want to say, well, let's not kick the can down the road and do that.
Yep, no, I appreciate that.
And so I just wanted to understand that better. I think there's some good arguments in there about opinions. Yeah, Member Jackson.
So I think, Columbine happened when my youngest daughter was a baby. She's now 27. And I think frustration is a mild word for what a lot of people in this room are feeling, certainly a mild word for what I'm feeling. And I really feel that we have to do something different. And, this is an opportunity to do something different. We have a resolution. We've lobbied at the Capitol. We've written letters to our legislator. We have to do something that's different. I love your idea of a public hearing. I'd like to bring this ordinance and have a public hearing on it. I'm uncomfortable with us, the five of us, making a decision based on emails that we got. I would love to have a public hearing and have the public face have their chance to come up and talk. We had someone come forward today who wanted to talk, right, and is having to sit quietly. But I would love to hear from you guys. I would love to hear from the public before I made a decision on this. But there aren't any more ways to do this. We've looked at the 7 ways to Sunday, and I want to do something because I'm tired of living in fear. I'm tired of my children, living their entire lives in fear of being shot. And, we could be shot. Someone could come in at the door with an automatic weapon, and before the police could react, many people would be dead. It's what the reality we live in. And I don't want to live in that reality anymore. This is something that we can do, but I like the idea of having a public hearing before we do it. I think that then it's more the voice of the community and not just our opinions.
Member Risser.
Okay. First off, Member Pierce, you have challenged me, and I think in a really good way. And I'm thinking about different ways groups try to push the ball forward. And this weekend was World Day of Remembrance for Victims of Road Traffic. And families have come together trying to address this. It's an international event now. We were at the Capitol. It was the 6th year that Minnesota organized it. And my sister started that. I continued it, and now Minnesota Safety Council has taken over, and it's very gratifying. But every year there is a specific message. So this year was Safe Speeds, Save Lives. What if we tried to get a program and involved other cities, and this would have to be on a volunteer basis. I would, want to participate as well, but, there was a goal every year so that we kept this issue of gun violence at the forefront, and I don't know what actions we could take, but, I'm just trying to brainstorm here. What about a gun buyback program one year? What about, and there could be, like, every year you plan for it and you have an event and you have something where it stays in people's minds. And then, the legislature might start paying more attention, but what can we do meaningfully, consistently to explore how to reduce gun violence? And I think there is a lot of potential, and there is something, we is in the metro area and looking at that list of all the leaders who wrote statements, what they have said, just kind of trying to get that movement happening. So.
Thank you, Member Risser.
I think, I mean, I'm okay with the idea of if we want to have a public hearing and continue the conversation. I'm supportive of the ordinance that we have in front of us right now, but I'm definitely open to that. But I think, you know, I'm not saying let's not continue the dialogue and let's not continue the conversation in other ways. But I also don't think that we're at the state in this problem in the United States of not knowing how to solve the problem, right? I think we know that there are measures that we can take around banning assault rifles, these ghost guns. Like there is kind of a format of looking at what other countries are doing that don't have the same problem, right? And so I hear you, and I think it's yes, and we need to, I think, do both.
Thanks, Member Agnew. Member Agnew. I got to say, I was really disappointed in the resident that came at the beginning and seemed to think that it was a leftist agenda to care about the fact that death by gun is the biggest killer of kids in our country. 7 a day getting killed by gun violence. I don't see where that's anything but a humanistic sort of agenda to care about the greatest asset we have in our country is our kids. Got to rely on them to take care of all of us and make our country successful. If we're killing 7 a day through gun violence, something's wrong. So, but the idea of having a chance to have a public hearing where all voices are heard and all voices matter is a good one. And with the legislature not in session, you know, and us having a little bit of time to act, but moving forward to do something, that's something I'm comfortable with too. So, but I do think that your point is well taken, that in the interim, we can certainly look at what are the things that we can do, and if it parrots or mimics state law on negligent gun storage, that's okay with me. We have ordinances that mimic state law for other reasons. So you could come with that idea of what are the things that we could do. Then we have a public hearing on potentially doing something about this gun ordinance that Mr. Kendall's drafted. And then I think we still need to think about, I'm looking at our resolution here that we passed on September 17th, 16th, and thinking that this needs to be structured at the end a little bit differently in terms of the action step. Because I think there is some consideration to be given around this whole idea of lobbying the state legislature for a constitutional amendment and let the whole state vote on how they feel about this issue that is so polarizing. So maybe that's a good next step for us, is to think about giving an adequate amount of time, lead time, a month from now, maybe before the end of the year, having a public hearing in conjunction with one of our council meetings on this proposed form of gun ordinance, because I think it is so significant that people in our town should have a right to be heard on it. Or even if you're not from our town and you want to be heard on it, we're willing to listen. And then have Mr. Kendall come back with some ideas on what we could pass more safely. In reading your memo, I liked hearing that you had more confidence in what I saw in your memo, which is good. But those are thoughts from me for now. Member Jackson?
Well, I hesitate to bring this up, but there is one more thing that we can do. And I talked briefly with Manager Neal about this, and we have a gun training facility in our city We don't own it outright. We're a part of a membership. But the public is able to come and shoot automatic rifles at this facility. And I'd like to at least explore the idea of changing public access to bringing assault rifles into our town. And I don't know what's possible with that. So at the public safety training facility, there's a gun range, and there are public hours where you can come and you can shoot pistols, and you can shoot some what are considered automatic rifles, but not necessarily all automatic rifles, because it blows through the wall if it's too strong. But one of the opponents, yeah, I know. One of the opponents to this was from out of town. I said, well, you don't live in Edina, you're not my constituent. And he said, yes, but I have the right, I do come shoot in your town. And so you would be infringing on my right to use my gun. And, that's something that there isn't a right to go golf at Braemar. We can shut down the golf course. There isn't a right to come and have public hours at this facility. Now, there's a legal document that says that that's part of it, and that's a part of the usage. We don't control it 100%, but I'd like to at least explore what would happen if we tried to unwind that, so that no one would have a reason, if they didn't live here, to bring a gun an automatic rifle into our town. So that's something I'd like to explore and see. Then it also pulls other cities into it because we're in partnership with other cities. So that's yet another idea.
Okay,
So
sufficient direction?
Well, here's what
go back through it again?
Here's what I think I heard.
All right.
I think you've asked us to be more creative in terms of looking at sort of outside the parameters that we've previously looked at, more than just the St. Paul ordinance. So we can start doing that. You want me to find some meeting where we can host a public hearing on the issue in this room, so it's televised, recorded, et cetera. We'll do that. We'll start looking out into the future of our calendars here. And do you want I can't tell if you want another sample ordinance to be prepared in advance of that public hearing, or do you want to wait until you hear what the public has to say and then draft an ordinance?
I think on what we've got.
Oh, no, I think he means, the public hearing would be in the ordinance that he's crafted.
Got it.
Okay. What we're also
Prepare
saying is what can we safely pass that we don't, where it wouldn't be a public hearing necessarily involved.
Okay. We're going to tell you if we don't think it's possible, so we'll have to be, we'll be honest with you.
This goes to the
we can also
mimicking
be
of
more
state
creative.
law,
Right.
the safe storage, whatever else, whatever you had on your list.
Yeah, I'm just being crystal clear. There are things that are possible. That's all. I'm not asking you to do something that is not possible. That's all
Yeah,
and so when you said that, you're going to come back and tell us if something's not possible. You shouldn't do that. You should bring something back that's possible, because that's all I'm saying. And there are things in the state statute that are possible for us to adopt as a city. We can write that in an ordinance. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying make up stuff.
It's possible to adopt anything that mirrors state statute.
Anything's possible. I'm just.
No, it's not, anything's not possible.
Anything is not.
The statute says that it's possible to mirror state statute.
Yeah.
And we would not normally come back to you and say, this is already state statute, let's do it too. Let's double up at the city level. But I think that's what you're asking for, and if that's what you're asking for, we can do that. We wouldn't, I'm just telling you, we wouldn't normally do that.
I got you.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm happy to meet with you guys. And show you what's in my head.
Okay.
So what I think he was getting at was, is there something that you would guarantee wasn't challengeable? I don't think you will as a lawyer.
No.
No.
Well, but he should. Because we're following state statute. I don't know how many ways to say this. I'm not asking us to do something that doesn't. Right? If there are things in there that you're going to make up, then okay. But what I am saying is not asking you to do that.
Right, so I understand where you're coming from.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, very good. Well, if you want to stick around and hear about the Southdale 2 spending plans, you're sure welcome to do that. Thanks for coming tonight.
I think so.
Yeah, great.
So when you have your meeting.
Yeah. I got you. Yeah.
Make it work.
You waiting for me to call on you?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Yeah, our last item of the evening is embodied in Resolution 2025-101 as a proposed form of resolution which would amend the spending plan for the Southdale 2 Pentagon Park and 7th and Cahill taxing over financing districts. And Bill Newendorf, our Economic Development Manager, has this and will tell us what he thinks we should be doing.
Yes, thank you. Good evening. This is an action item. This is Resolution 2025-101, and it does pertain to the proposed modification of the spending plan. This topic has been discussed since September. We met as a Housing and Redevelopment Authority entity and spoke about it at that point. Then we came back and held a public hearing in October and delayed action on that item until this evening. So we're looking for your approval this evening. I'll go through very briefly the topic and the proposal, and I will call attention to the additional information I'm providing in response to your questions that you raised at the public hearing back in October. So this current spending plan was adopted by the city in 2021, and that was in response to special state legislation that was approved as we were all struggling through the pandemic. Earlier this year, in June of 2025, the state legislature modified that language, and so this proposal that we recommend reflects these new modifications to that state law. And in essence, there's three potential options that you have in front of you this evening. You may choose to extend the deadline of this program by 1 year. That's one of the options given by the state. You may also extend the deadline and include the additional interest earnings that have been accumulating on that money over the last couple years. Or you may choose to do nothing and reject that and keep the program as is. So those are the three options in front of you this evening. This original spending plan pertains to the use of unobligated tax increment financing dollars. So these are property taxes that were paid and collected in the city of Edina that were withheld in three different tax increment financing accounts. All total, there was about $9.5 million of monies that were available in the original spending plan. The recommendation this evening is to keep that original budget of 9.5 and then increase it by the interest earnings that is now allowed under the new state law. These dollars are tax increment dollars, and so as we talk about a lot, there's a lot of state statute and a lot of legislation about the use of TIF. All of those rules still apply to these funds. So these dollars can specifically be used for private development and to a limited degree some public development, public improvements that build new buildings or rehab existing buildings. And in the process, you have to create jobs, whether they're permanent jobs or temporary construction jobs. These dollars cannot be used for staff. They cannot be used for operations. They cannot be used for equipment. All those same rules that apply to tax increment still apply here. Back in October, I presented a brief overview of some of the projects we've funded to date. I'm not going to review all of those, but we've worked on business investments, rental apartment investments, and some public infrastructure improvements related to those projects. Also in October, I provided this chart, which is very small if you look at it on your screen, but it's an accounting of the expenditures to date. And when I say to date, this was prepared, I believe, on October 18th, so it's about a month old at this point. But at that time, and still this evening, there's about $950,000 that we originally put in the spending plan that will probably not be spent by the end of this year. So those are the dollars where potentially, if you choose to extend this program according to the new state law by 1 year, we would have an additional years to invest those dollars. Let's see. Also in October, I provided a brief overview of the outcome if you chose not to do this. If you chose to keep the program as it is and let it expire at the end of this year, based on your questions, I went a little bit deeper into that alternate. So I had mentioned that there's about $950,000 of monies that have not been dispersed to date. They've not been paid out. And then there's also about $775,000 of interest earnings that have also not been pledged or paid to any project. So we did some additional research and some number crunching on this. Again, we're using rounding estimates, not getting down to the penny or the dollar. But if we did not extend the program, there would be some dollars left, over $1 million in that range. Approximately $757,000 of that would have to go and be returned into the Pentagon Park District because there are obligations there and those dollars could not be returned to the county. About $278,000 would be returned to the 70th and Cahill account. And then that would be a decision for a future day. You could either choose to leave those dollars in that account or turn them over to Hennepin County. And then also there's about $690,000 that originated from the Southdale TIF account that would be returned there. And again, if we choose to do that, another decision for the future, you could either keep those dollars in that account to support affordable housing, that's the other eligible use, or you could choose to turn the dollars over to Hennepin County. So on the right side of the screen, kind of summing that up, there's between $690,000 and $968,000 available today, and they'll still be available at the end of this year. We could choose to turn those over to Hennepin County, and about a third of those dollars would eventually come back to Edina. A third would be retained by the county, and a third would eventually make their way to the state. So in raw numbers, if we did choose to let the program terminate at the end of this year, it would take several months or longer than that, but eventually the city would realize between $230,000 and $320,000 in dollars back to the city general fund. So that is the option there. Our recommendation on behalf of staff remains the same as it was a month ago, and that is to take advantage of this new state law and extend the program by 1 year to invest in Edina. These are property taxes collected here, paid here. It's my strong recommendation that we keep those dollars in the city rather than turn them over to the county or the state. So our recommendation is the same as it was. I did modify the wording a little bit in the recommendation, and that is we do recommend that the amended spending plan be adopted to both extend the deadline by the 1 year that I mentioned and to include the interest earnings as allowed by the state law. So that's at a high level. That is where we were, and that's still where we are. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yes, Councilmember Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Can you go back to slide 8, please, sir?
Sounds easy, isn't it?
I thought you would have been there by now. So I just got confused when you were doing this. So the approximate 757,000, I was interpreting some of this is that it has to remain in the district. And then you were saying, or if you wanted to give some of it back to the county. So I was only thinking we had one decision, or one option, I guess. So can you just explain that again?
Sure. And this is a deeper dive than I went into in the October meeting. You had asked for additional information, so this is it. If we choose to terminate the program this year, there is at least $950,000 available, plus the interest earnings that are still sitting out there. These dollars originated from 3 different TIF districts. If we terminate and there's leftover money, by law, they have to be returned to the place that they began. So about $757,000 would have to be returned into the Pentagon Park Fund. That would not be turned back to the county. About $278,000 would go back to the 70th and Cahill, also known as the Wooddale TIF account. If they go back into that account, at a future date, you could decide whether or not to keep those dollars or to turn them over. Usually that's a conversation we have with the HRA at the beginning of each year. January or February of every year, staff looks at the balance, looks at the options, and provides briefings and recommendations.
Well, that's how you get the 690.
Correct.
From the 950 plus the interest.
Correct.
Okay, and then where I got confused is the between 690 and 968 could be returned. So where's the 968?
So that's if you add the 278 that originated from 70th and Cahill and add that on to the 690 from Southdale 2, that's how you come up with the 968.
If we decided to return the 278 to the county, but we could leave it in the district.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Questions? Yes, Member Risser.
And then we could also return the $775,000 in interest to the county too.
We'd have to take a deeper dive into that. Some of those dollars came from each of the 3 TIF districts,
Okay.
Pentagon, 70th, and Southdale. So we would use the same logic. Some of them would go back to each district. The ones that were in Southdale and 70th, if you chose, you could turn them back. I don't know that precise amount. We'd have to do a much deeper dive.
Can you go to the slide that early on that was about how the Spark funds can be used? Okay, I think it was the. Okay, right there. I have, since we approved the Heroes Down Payment Assistant Program, I have been hearing from residents, and I have concerns that I didn't raise during that process. Because TIF funds, which are normally used for construction, like what is listed here, went into a down payment assistance program. And I'm wondering, is it possible for the Spark funds to be used that way as well?
No, because those funds are responsive to specific state statute. You're not allowed to mix and match. You've got to follow the linear options there. So the monies that were contributed to Spark follow the Spark statutes. The dollars that were directed towards the affordable housing follow a different set of statutes.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Agnew.
All right, I'm also going to ask us to go back to slide 8. My question on slide 8, you've laid out here kind of what happens to the money if we don't approve this. So thank you for that. I would assume that if we approved it and we elected to not invest in any additional projects, but still met our obligations on the pledges that we had, that a year from now, we would have a very similar choice in front of us where we could pay them back to the TIF funds or we could return them to Hennepin County. Is that correct?
That is correct. I believe at the end of next year, at least the way the legislation is written, the funds will expire next year no matter what, whether we invest them or not. So if there are any leftover dollars, we would have the same conversation, what to do with those dollars.
Okay, thank you. And I think that's probably why I'm most supportive of this. I think it, one, allows us to close out on the commitments that we've made to some of these projects. That's really important to me because we've made that commitment as a city and I don't want to pull back on that. And I am really excited about some of the projects that we've invested in, right? You think about the Edina Theater, the Crepe Place, honestly, the music venue. I'm like, I think I've been asking you, like, where are we at on that? Like, that's going to be really cool. And so it's been great that we've had this as an option to us as a city to invest in some really neat projects. I like the idea of continuing this because I also know that the gap that we have of the unpledged dollars plus the interest, we will continue to have discussions as a city council if any of those projects come to fruition and we can make an assessment. Is this a project that we think is valuable to our community? If a year from now we don't have anything that's really sparked that same interest, then we can decide to turn the funds back, right? And I like giving us that ability to have some really great projects come forward. We can continue to support them or we can choose not to. But at the end of the day, I still want to ensure that we're not going back on our pledges that we have made to small businesses within the community. Thank you.
Thanks. Councilmember Agnew. Councilmember Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I'm a big believer in talking about the why. Why? So tell us, and you alluded to this, but why was Spark created during the pandemic?
So the initial state legislation was created strictly to create jobs and to attract private investment. Back in 2021, there was a lot of projects that thought were moving forward, and they were all paused and shelved. Here in Edina, the biggest project that suffered that fate was the hotel at Pentagon Village. They were ready to pick up their building permit and chose not to because all the hotels were closed. That industry has still not recovered. So the goal is still the same, to deploy these dollars to attract new private investment, to increase our tax base, and to create jobs in the process.
So one of the things that I've always sensed about this was limited time, and so it changed the use that we could put to use these dollars for. So we had the dollars, and state law changed what were limited use dollars into more general use for construction and job creation. Is that a fair summary?
That's very accurate.
Okay, so in the public hearing, we had someone say, well, the economy might be going down. Can you, in your, if unemployment does skyrocket and the economy stalls, can you envision that small businesses would come forward and say, hey, if you could just give us the money to make the backdoor ADA accessible, like the crepe restaurant? That's the type of thing we would be, this is exactly designed to use for, correct?
That's correct, and I am in conversation with several small businesses that are at that situation. They would like to move forward, but they have a gap. The gap is relatively small, but to them, it's enormous, and it's pausing their projects. So there are additional small businesses that if we do extend the program, I do expect to be back before you, actually before the HRA, with proposals to help get those projects moving.
And it's part of our mission as the city council to worry about the economy in our city and to make sure that we can boost and support jobs when it's feasible, correct?
That's correct.
Not unusual for a city to do this.
Yeah, definitely not unusual. In Edina, we haven't done it that often, but you don't have a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic happen in your lifetime very often either.
Yeah, so these were limited use dollars. They went into a pot that had a different use, specifically for economic development, getting these businesses a little boost where they needed it, and then it would go back into this limited use if when it expires, whether it expires at the end of this year or at the end of next year, it isn't just cash on hand that can be moved around. It has to go back into this limited use, these 3 limited use pots, correct?
That's correct.
So what I would like to hear is, if we approve this, I'd like to get regular updates from you on what our possibilities are in reporting. And then maybe by July or so, start the process of unwinding. I don't think we should separate the interest from the principal, because then you're like, well, which it gathers interest after we've separated it, and what do we do with that interest? It's not worth the time and effort to do that. But I do want to see a path for unwinding this so that in December of 2026, we're not having the same conversation. And I want to see, this is where the money's going, goes back into the pots, or it goes back to the county to be redistributed, and have the path already cleared and already understood, so that we can just say, okay, we're closing Spark at the end of 2026, and not drag it out for time after that. So that's my recommendation.
Marissa.
Can you go back to the image that showed all the projects? You just went past it. The chart, I'm sorry. One of the things that really concerns me about both TIF and Spark is there are no public hearings. And when I look at these projects, there are some that I remain concerned about. The Edina Innovation Lab, I remain concerned about the impact of that process of moving to the new office space on Metro Boulevard, and what that, how that influenced the Explore Edina, our visitors bureau. And so that still is something that I am very much thinking about. With the setting apartments, we granted $4.86 million of Spark on top of an existing TIF district. And the whole point of TIF is that it's supposed to be the but-for. It's supposed to make the project possible. But we granted a huge addition of public financing to that. And so I am concerned about that as well. And as I'm thinking about the remaining funds, I'm thinking about things residents said, COVID is past, we should turn this money back. I understand what Member Jackson is saying. It does make sense, but the specific program was for COVID. And I am concerned about, okay, so how are we going to allocate the remaining money? And I hope it doesn't go to entities that have already received TIF financing. Because I think Spark, for me, Spark on top of TIF is really problematic. So I want to say that. And that's all I've got.
So when you look at this list of projects, I take it there are some things in here, or there are theoretically projects that we might otherwise have to assess for, as opposed to just using funds that are available.
Oh, sure. If these funds were not available, Edina certainly could go the other direction and increase our levy and provide support that way. Historically, we have not done that, but that's always a potential option. There's some.
But that's the beauty of hanging on to this money, so that if there are projects that come along that we might otherwise have to levy for, we don't have to do it because they're qualifying projects under Spark.
That's correct, and I think the biggest example is the new roadway on 77th Street that related to the Finch. That roadway serves the Finch development, but it will also be the new public road into the Fred Richards Park.
Right.
So that was a $2 million expense to build that. Rather than adding that to the tax levy, we had the developer build it, and we're reimbursing him. So that's a great example of that.
Yeah, so we've got almost $1 million sitting there that to Member Agnew's point, we can flexibly hang on to for a year and use it how we deem appropriate in Edina for qualifying projects, some of which might otherwise require a levy. We just don't know. So I like that. I like the flexibility. Member Pierce.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So originally I was being very pragmatic and was not in support of this, just for a couple of reasons, but mostly because it was in COVID. And then when I looked at the project list, everything was pledged except the one where we had the partial payment. And so I was kind of interpreting that to mean that there aren't other projects in the queue. And so that was actually one of my questions. Are there current projects that we're evaluating that we would use this funding for?
Yes, there are. So there's one project that's in the queue. We've already pledged for it, and that's the enclave development on the old Macy's furniture site.
Yeah.
We've pledged to use Spark to a limited degree instead of providing TIF dollars for that. So the use of Spark would actually reduce the TIF contribution. So that one has already been pledged.
What is the definition of pledged?
The city or the HRA has entered into a legally binding contract. If the developer does A, B, and C, we will use Spark to do X, Y, Z.
Okay, so that project is not moving forward, or the pace of it is slower.
Right, it's off to a slower start. So they had hoped to close on the land already, and they had
But
they weren't able to do that.
Let me ask the question, though. Yeah. And so all I was asking, though, is if we've pledged it, but they don't get to a point where we would actually pay them until after the end of December, then we would have to use other funds to meet that pledge, or can we earmark these funds?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when staff works with our legal advisors, we make sure that we don't put the city in a pickle. Yep. So if the developer meets their obligation, they would be entitled to be reimbursed with a Spark. If they fail to meet it, or if they meet it past the deadline, they get nothing.
Well, they get nothing.
Right.
Okay.
Right. So we would not put the city in a position where they get funding and we don't have monies available.
Okay. All right, so two things. When Member Agnew said we should honor our obligations, like that's part of like our Pierce family motto is that we have to honor our commitments. If we say we're going to do something, we have to do it. And so I appreciate that. So if we had committed funds to a project, I would want to make sure that we ensured that we can meet that obligation. It looks like we've done that, with the exception of maybe Enclave in the way that you described it. But it looks like we've done that. There aren't other projects that we've in the queue that we've committed that we would assess and.
Correct. There are other projects lined up to get in the queue, depending on whether or not we extend the program. But we haven't entered into legally binding contracts yet. We've only had conversations.
Okay. All right, so that was one thing. And then the other thing was what Mayor said that is making me think about whether I would support it or not. If we could, and this is kind of a question, well, I got two questions. One is, if we were actually able to use these dollars for projects that would typically require funding coming out of the general levy, like if that was a requirement of projects, like I would be excited about that if that were the case. That has not been the case before. But if we were to say that, that would be interesting to me.
I think it might be interesting to our attorneys as well. I'm not sure if state law allows that.
Have an attorney. Ask the question again. So go ahead.
The way I would phrase that is, Attorney Kendall, can the city create a program intended for private development that requires them to build a public expense?
No.
Okay, I'll throw it back to you to rephrase it.
Yeah, I was just simply saying how, I'll say it differently. If we had projects that we wanted to fund as a city that would typically require us to levy for, if we could use these spark funds instead, I would be excited about that. And so you were saying, well, our attorney might want to react to that from a legality perspective.
Your notion is that could we define the use of spark funds in a way where we'd only use them for projects that would otherwise be funded by the general levy?
Yes, that sounds like an attorney who said that. Yes.
Yeah. Not bad for 1052.
So I can tell you, in a couple of the projects we funded, the $2 million investment in the Finch, we knew that we were going to build the park. We knew we needed a main entrance, and we knew that they needed funding. So that was, staff used our judgment to put that proposal together. We did something similar at the Edina Theater. Some of the spark went to fund the rehab of the theater and to get that restored in the front facade that had such a branding importance to the community as an identity. But also that same year, we had, I forgot what year that was and where you were, council member. We also had an emergency closure of the south ramp, the south parking garage, if you recall. There was some critical repairs that needed to be made to keep that operational.
Yeah.
That would have come from somewhere, probably an emergency city budget. I'm not certain. It was not a budgeted expense.
Yeah.
We wrapped Spark to make sure that we could fix the garage at the same time that we repaired the theater. So staff certainly keeps that in mind, but I don't know if we can guarantee that's the only way we could use it. but we certainly would use our best judgment to achieve that goal.
Well, I would be excited, Manager Neal, if there was some way we could say, yeah, we've done these investments. I guess if there's a few in the queue, fine, but if we could use these funds to help with the work session conversation we just had around budget, I would be excited about that. And that, yeah. And then my second, I forgot what my second one was.
Member Risser?
Yeah.
Maybe she'll come back to you.
I, before the meeting, requested that Manager Neuendorf have information about the HEROES program, because I was thinking Spark could be used in a similar way. And I noticed that Director Hawkinson is still hanging out here, and I feel badly about that. And perhaps she's here to answer that question. And so I don't know if we could go on a little tangent. And my concern is, how can TIF money be used for this program? Is that why you're still here? Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
I feel very badly about
Can
that.
Spark funds be used for the HEROES program?
Well, we found out they can't, but she's here because I thought they could, because some of them are from Southdale too. And since she's still here, could she explain what's no longer relevant to this discussion, but the reason why she's hanging out here?
Well, you don't need to do this to honor me. So yes, Spark money was not used for the HEROES program because it's not an eligible use. Southdale TIF went to Spark, and it went through another legislative action, to a fund that was solely to be used for affordable housing. So I can name the state statute that makes this allowed.
If you could quote from the statute, because my big concern is that TIF, every single time we've used it, it's been for construction. It has not been for a program that would support down payment assistance to existing buildings. And so I'm hung up on that, and I don't understand how TIF can be used that way.
So the state statute that allowed the funds to be pooled for affordable ownership is Minnesota State Statute, Section 469-173, Subdivision 2D. And it's to assist with owner-occupied housing as authorized in Section 469-173, Subdivision 2D5. So now so that's what created the fund. Now what authorizes it to be used for the down payment assistance program, so that's created the fund to be put for affordable housing ownership. What the statute that authorizes it to be used for the down payment assistance is Section 469-1761, Subdivision 2, which requires that for owner-occupied residential property, 95% of the housing units must be initially purchased and occupied by individuals whose family income is less than or equal to the income requirements for qualified mortgage bond projects under Section 143F of the Internal Revenue Code. So it governs the income of the buyers. The HEROES program, that's why when I presented the HEROES program to get approved, I said these are the income limits per state statute, per the funding sources. These are the caps of the incomes that can be served, was to satisfy that state statute. It does not matter on the price of the home. What limits the price of the home is not state statute, but the income of the household. So an income, a household at a restricted income cannot qualify for a mortgage that exceeds their limits.
I appreciate that, but that's not answering my question, because my question is, how can TIF dollars be used to provide down payment assistance?
Through Section 469-1.1761, Subdivision 2. That's an allowable use of those TIF funds.
Okay, I didn't hear the part that said TIF funds could be used to provide down payment. I heard the qualifications for income level and other things.
Well, that is a section that is regarding TIF, excuse me. And so we went to, due to some residential concerns, we did go to the Office of the State Auditor, and they said, what state statute did you use to justify this program? And we mentioned these statutes, and he said, okay.
So he said it was an appropriate use?
Yep, the state auditor is satisfied.
Okay.
Jason Nord, the TIF District Director at the Office of the State Auditor.
Based on these statutes.
Maybe, I still don't get it totally, but thank you. I will go read those statutes more.
Yeah, no, I mean, and so before getting that program approved, it was vetted and discussed with the attorney and our financial advisor to make sure that this was an eligible use of those funds. And this was confirmed by the state auditor.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Neuendorf? All right, you got a few? Oh, okay. Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2025-101, amending the spending plan for the Southdale 2, Pentagon Park, and 70th and Cahill tax increment financing districts as recommended by staff?
So moved.
Second.
Member Agnew moves, Member Jackson seconds. The motion is stated to approve Resolution 2025-101. Further discussion? All those, yes.
That's the question I had on how we can use those funds. How do we resolve that? The budget, can we use these funds to?
For infrastructure that's related to, like, well, the best example is the Finch infrastructure, right?
But I think you're saying that there's no way we can't earmark them for that. We couldn't say we will only use them for projects that would otherwise would impact the general levy.
My understanding of the legislation is that the project has to originate as a privately funded project. So, for example, the Finch started off as a private apartment building that needed a new driveway. And then we jumped on that, but the private piece needs to come first.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor of adoption of the motion is in favor of adoption of Resolution 2025-101, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Nay. Carried, 3-2. Motion is approved. Resolution 2025-101 is approved. All right. I don't think we've got any correspondence that's come in. Clerk Allison, you would have been waving it in the air if we had something important. Manager comments.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just two quick comments. One, just to reference the board and commission interview and selection process memo that's in my section of the packet. It's going to look and feel a lot like previous years in terms of how we conduct the interviews and in small interview teams. That process is going to start here in just a couple of weeks, and will then be open until January. So look for that, and the dates of the interview, the interviews and the selection process meetings are also scheduled as well, and MJ has been working on that. Okay. The second item for me is just to give you a quick explanation of what happened on Election Day. What happened on Election Day for us was this was the first Election Day in 50-some years that Clerk Allison's been working elections here in Edina, that we haven't had a odd year election, because the schools have switched to even. We've always been on even. Normally, in the past, we have always had an election on even and odd numbered years. So it was never really a question about whether we could have a meeting or not, because every year was election year. This year, we didn't have an election within the corporate limits of the city, and it had been our interpretation of the law that said you can't have a meeting on an election day if an election is occurring in your city. We did not interpret that to understand that folks who vote in the Richfield schools and Hopkins schools, they vote in those school district races in those two cities, actually. We don't have any balloting that's going on in our city. However, we had a chance to talk with legal advisors, and they advised us that even though those elections weren't occurring in our city, we should recognize that we had residents who were participating in elections on that day. So that's where the decision came from to close the meeting. We didn't want to put anything at risk as if it were approved in an improper council meeting. So that's what happened. Going forward, we'll indicate election day, whether it's an odd year or even year, on all of our calendars when we bring them to council for approval.
Very good.
That's all I got.
Questions for Manager Neal?
Thanks.
All right. Councilmember Agnew, you want to lead us off on comments?
I don't have any tonight. Thank you.
Member Pierce?
I don't have any comments either.
Okay. Member Jackson?
Well, I see the invitation to what I was going to reference on your pile. I went to the new opening of the new exhibit at the Edina Historical Society, From Farm to City, on Friday night. It's very nicely done, and I enjoyed it. I want to say thank you to them. Yesterday, I went to ride along with our firefighters down at new station number 2. So I want to thank Josh and Brady, Nick, and Austin for being my hosts. I had a very interesting time, and always have appreciated the work that they do, but it has been elevated from that experience. So thanks.
Thanks. Member Risser?
I do have something. And I've been working on this. I meant to read it at our last meeting, but it was canceled. It's been an honor to represent Edina residents on City Council, and I am looking forward to serving next year. I've done my utmost to adhere to the Code of Conduct Ethics for council members. Per the code, I strive to prepare for issues at hand. It's part of informed decision-making. It is necessary to fulfill my oath of office to serve to the best of my abilities. And for me, it's necessary to determine what a good investment of tax dollars is. The section, role of council, staff, and commissions includes we are all part of a team committed to the residents of Edina, both today and in the future. These are very general goals. How individuals interpret them, as well as how they interpret code, state statute, and federal standards varies. For me, there have been cases where I feel I haven't been prepared adequately. I know it is not staff's responsibility to provide all of the information, but frequently I feel that there are critical elements that are missing. I'm also concerned about how information is conveyed to other governing bodies. It's my understanding the Legislative Tax Committee was not informed about the additional $4.86 million of spark funds when they were asked to pass special legislation allowing Edina to extend the 7,200-7,250 France TIF district. I do know the tax committee was not informed the 70th and France TIF district needs the city to take on the risk of building the parking ramp to jumpstart development. At the August 19th council meeting, I was told the tax committee did not receive this information because it was not within their purview. Again, different views. I feel differently. I believe state lawmakers need to know about that. I also believe I should have known about that, the city having to assume park ramp construction risk before I approved the legislative agenda. We're talking about the Grandview pedestrian bridge. We're working with the DOJ to address ADA requirements. I went back and I reviewed meetings. At the June 24, 2021 HRA meeting, commissioners approved dedicating $2 million in TIF to that project. There existed at that time 3 safe ways to get across the tracks: Vernon Avenue, Eden Avenue, and Gus Young Lane. These weren't discussed, but the project was to encourage use of the parking ramp There was no mention of weight capacity limitations, no mention that the ramp is not ADA compliant, and that future development was necessary to complete the project. I'm concerned about the spark loan to the Chamber of Commerce to renovate office space at 7201 Metro Boulevard for the Edina Innovation Lab, a for-profit B Corp. This involved moving our visitor bureau, Explore Edina, from Edinburgh. In the original agreement, Explore Edina covered 25% of the rent in this new space. Explore Edina is funded through the lodging tax, a tax governed by the state. 95% must go to marketing and promoting the city or town as a tourist or convention center. At the April 10th HRA meeting, I asked whether Explore Edina was assisting in paying back the Edina Innovation Lab loan. I was told we can't directly use lodging tax in the repayment of the loan, so we have made a slight shift in resources. Rent and salaries are the biggest expenses. There's more abundant budget in Explore Edina. Explore Edina is paying 60% of the rent and salaries. This allows the chamber to create a fund for repaying back the loan. Again, differing opinions, but more dialogue about this allocation of resources is needed, and I should not have to ask for this information. When I ran for office, I knew I would have to do additional research in addition to the packet. Again, staff cannot provide everything. I was concerned and remain concerned about 3 purely residential projects built on commercially zoned land in the Wooddale Valley View neighborhood. Before they were built, language existed in our code preventing this. No part of any dwelling unit shall be located in a basement or on the first story of a building in the PCD1 or PCD2 sub-district. This was in special requirements. Now that language is also under conditional uses. 1 unit in the townhouse development has a legal buildable area that appears to be 1/10 the size of its actual footprint. Setback variances were huge. I'm concerned about the resulting safety because the driveways are so close to the sidewalk. I knew I would have to engage in additional research to make informed decisions before I ran, but I feel too often basic information is missing. When I think about pursuing a second term, I realize I won't be able to take the oath of office to serve to the best of my abilities. I'm not getting what I need to do that. Out of respect for the citizens I represent, I will not be seeking another term. I've enjoyed, and we will continue to be together until December of 2026. So, thank you.
Thank you for that. Okay. For me, I guess we could put up that. Remember Jackson mentioned the exhibit grand opening over at the Edina Historical Society, the Edina from Farm to City. It made me think of Frank Carterell when I was over there on Friday night with Councilmember Jackson. It was a nice event, and I've got some really interesting things to see over there. It's not a real expansive exhibit, but it's got some really wonderful things. I don't know where they even found some of that material that's from another era. And it's great that it was around and displayable. So we, last Thursday, the Rotaries had Veterans Day in Edina, and then at 4 o'clock on Thursday afternoon, we had the funeral service for Frank Carterell. And I think many folks in Edina don't know who he was. He can't really claim that his ancestors came to America on the Mayflower, but he could state with historical accuracy that his great-grandfather Roberts was a signatory on the new charter for the village of Edina in the late 1800s when we left Richfield Township. And in 1951, he was in the Edina, the first graduating class from Edina High School. And there were still 6 of them, 7 of them around this summer that got together and had a nice meal together. And I stopped by there to say hi to him at Edina Country Club. But he essentially grew up and stayed in Edina his entire life except for the military, and he was a surveyor. I think he and his dad probably surveyed most of Edina and Eden Prairie, a lot of it anyway, and streets that will forever be here. I think Lois Lane, Roberts Place, Wyman Avenue, Amy Drive, Sun Road, names that he gave those streets. And I dare to think that there's probably a nook or cranny, not a nook or cranny in Edina that he didn't know something about. In fact, his son told me they were driving by Morningside Church one time, and his son said, "Oh, there's no elevator in that church." He said, "Oh yeah, there's an elevator in there." And he told him right where it was. And he spent 67 years in the Edina Rotary. He helped start the Edina Historical Society. He helped start the 4th of July parade, and he helped build our Veterans Memorial. So he was quite a guy, and he'll be missed. 93, a long, rich life, and he was happy to the end. And his son called me on a Sunday night. He was up in Methodist Hospital and said, "Hey, Dad would like to see the mayor. Can you come up?" And so Lorraine and I went up there to see him on a Sunday night, and it wasn't a week or so later that he passed away. So it was good to see him before he departed. So, so Frank, yeah, here's to you. Thanks for being a great resident, a great husband, great father, all the things that are important. Thanks very much. And that's it for me. Tab tomorrow. And I'm going to try to get them to come over from the Southwest LRT Corridor Management Office to give us an update. It's 90% complete now. They're just in that testing phase. They'll be doing that this whole year, 2026. Still got some construction to do in Minneapolis, but it's pretty much done everywhere else. So, anybody else have anything for the good of the order? Okay, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
A second.
We got a lot of enthusiasm around adjourning here. I mean, I don't know who to attribute it to. Well, okay, let's move.
Pierce and Agnew.
All right, we'll give Jackson and Pierce, or reverse, whatever you want. All those in favor of adjournment, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried? We stand adjourned.